Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Sunday. Thank you all for checking in. Good morning. Oh, I love it. Good morning, here to learn, checking in. Oh, I love it. I'm reading them all. Good morning, checking in. Happy Sunday. Good morning, Rachel. Excellent. Rachel and Raquel, happy Sunday. I love it. Good morning, everyone. So how many people are a little nervous today? Huh? Anybody? Anybody a little nervous today? We are studying the nervous system. So Dan is in the background. He is playing with his grandson. I just got to see him on camera. I don't know if he wants to show Princeton on camera right now before we get started, but he would be welcome to do that if he's sitting there listening to me. Invite him. There they are. There they are. You're muted, so we can't hear you.
Thank you. I have a real problem when I mute myself and then start talking. Yeah. Yeah, this is Princeton. He is 8 months old, and he's a handful, but he's so fun. Anyway.
He is so fun.
He's helping me today.
Yeah, well, yes, he was just doing paperwork before we started the webinar.
Now he's trying to get into see how far he can put my earbud case into his mouth.
Oh, that is a fabulous trick. Fabulous trick. So,
good morning,
thank
everyone.
you. There. Oh, there's a great view of him. Hi, Princeton. Well, he can't hear me. That drives me crazy. I want to talk to him and make him smile, but Dan's got his earbuds in, so he can't hear us. Anyway, well, thank you, Dan.
I'll see you guys later. Enjoy class.
All right. Oh, yeah, isn't he just gorgeous? He is so cute. All right. So Dan checked in everyone's homework this morning. If you did turn in homework and you did not get a response from Dan, then you'll want to reach out to resend it. Dan is really good about letting everyone know that he received their homework because he's much more organized than I am when it comes to that kind of thing. So you'll want to do that if you did not hear from him, okay? So, yeah, check your email, Joanna. And if you did send homework and Dan did not respond, then go ahead and resend. I'm sorry, I have a little cough. And talking a lot is going to make me cough, so I'll do my best to not let it disturb our class today. Today is Nervous System Day. We're going to get a lot. Oh, sorry, my phone is ringing. I think I need to turn it off. Sorry about that. Okay, turning the volume down on my phone. Sorry about that. Okay. So today is nervous system. We're going to be receiving a lot of information. I'm sure you noticed that the homework was a bit bigger than other homeworks. So we have a lot to talk about today. I have a great video if we have time. So we'll probably get started here in just a minute. Just so you have a little flavor of what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks is today is nervous system. I will most likely be able to finish the homework. Dan will do the review on Wednesday, and he'll also be reviewing for the midterm. Your midterm will be first thing in the morning next Sunday. We'll probably get started around 10:15 on the midterm. The midterm, if you look in your syllabus, the midterm covers skin through the nervous system, and then the muscles through sartorius. Our midterm and our final are not the midterm covers the first half of class, the final covers the second half of class, so it's not really a cumulative. You're not going to have to worry about studying the old stuff from the first 4 weeks. We just didn't want to give you a final that was 200 questions long, so we split it into a midterm and a final. So everything, yeah, and I'm sure most of you are relieved about that. I am. This is Healing Hands. We are not public school. We want you to succeed. And just being in class and listening to the lectures, and you get so much material. Can I explain how the exams are administered? Exam coach or poll questions? No, actually, we have an online forum where you will be sent a link about 10:15 next Sunday, and the link will take you directly to, it's called Classmates, Class Marker, sorry, Class Marker. And there, your specific link works for you. It knows your name, and it is a timed exam, so 90 minutes for 100 questions. And you will do it at your own pace. Most people have no trouble getting it done in 30 minutes, but if you have test anxiety or language issues, the 90 minutes should be more than enough time. If it isn't, and you would like to retake it, you can retake it as many times as you want. The second you finish and submit all your 100 answers, you will know immediately what your score is. And you will come back to the webinar and you will post your score for us, even though Dan will be on there watching your scores come up. But if I'm the one putting in the scores, then it's easier for me if you just come back to the webinar and tell me what your score was. Again, you can retake it as many times as you like. Your highest score is the one counted, not your last score. And then we'll have a lunch break, our normal lunch break. And then in the afternoon, we will do the lesson on bone formation, which means you still have your homework due Saturday night by 5. And again, when we come back from lunch, we will do our bone lesson. So bone is a a little bit of a smaller lesson, so it fits in the afternoon, and then we'll be done. The classes will progress from bone to the circulatory respiratory system, then on to lymph and digestion, and your final will cover the rest of the lessons from bone through digestion and the muscles after sartorius. And then on the last night of class, we hear a lesson, an abbreviated lesson about the endocrine system. So did that answer everyone's questions? Can I clarify anything about the midterm? If you miss the midterm next week, you'll just need to contact either Dan or I. Either Dan or I to send you the link. Our new question is, please remind me of the score we need to pass the midterm. So for those of you doing homework, remember that, which I hope you're all doing homework, but the way you pass this class is with 240 points. So if you've done skin, connective tissue, muscle contraction, and nervous system homework, then you already have 50 points on your scorecard, so to speak. So if you get a 70 on the midterm, which could be passing because it's added to your homework score, and now you're at 120, and then you do the rest of your homework, which would give you 170 points, and then you would only need to get 70 or above on the final. So the homework not only supports your learning efforts, but it also gives you those points you need in case you're not someone who tests well or has test anxiety and you don't get over 80 points. However, I did say on the first day of class that if you get over 80 points on the midterm, you pass it. But if you don't get over 80 on the final and you haven't done any homework, then you're going to need to retake that. Okay, so homework helps you in a couple of really important ways. So someone is asking, just to clarify, we cannot use notes on the midterm. I would assume that you wouldn't use notes, but there's not a lot I can do because you're in the privacy of your own home. So I would hope that you would study and do your best, figure out what things you didn't know, maybe make notes, study and take it again, but you are in the privacy of your own home. So no, it is not an open note or an open book test. It is timed. So if it takes you a lot of time to look up the answer, it probably would have been better to put your time in to study it. So that being said, again, you have 90, not an only have, you have 90 minutes. So, and I believe you can go back and change answers if you want. That's never been made. No one has ever complained to us before that they couldn't go back and change an answer or review your answers before moving on. So, it should be relatively easy to do. If taking the test during class time gives you a lot of anxiety, and you find that you would do better taking it Monday night, then you can just take it on Sunday. And if you don't like your score, we'll send you another link at your request, and then you can take it whenever you want. Once you open the link, though, you have 90 minutes. Each of the midterm and the final are 100 questions, even though when the final opens, I think it might say 98 questions because one of the questions has 2 points. So they are each worth 100 points. My big, gigantic German Shepherd just came and he's crawling under my desk, which means they must be bombing at Camp Pendleton today, and he's scared. So if you hear him barking, it could be because if the bombs get too intense, he might bark at them. So I don't want to lock him out of my room, though, because he is so scared. Anyway, 100 questions on each. After you do the midterm next week, we will talk about extra credit. We have an extra credit project that's out there that can be really, really fun. And we will share that with you next week. So does everybody feel good about the explanation? There are a few people not in class, about 6 or 7. So hopefully they'll be here soon, or they'll watch the video. So someone is asking, is there a way to check our grades? So on the first day of class, one of the things I really emphasized was when you turn in your homework, make a list that you did turn in your homework. Your first homework assignment was worth 10 points for coloring and 10 points for the written, because we give you a bonus of 10 points. So that means you started, if you turned in your skin homework, you already have 20 points. And then connective tissue would be another 10 if you turned in both assignments, muscle contraction 10, and nervous system 10 if you turned in both assignments. If you only turn in written or coloring, they're each worth 5 points apiece. So I would assume that at this point right now, you can all figure out how many points you have. I have my list of points, but I don't know if I get points off. No, you don't get points off on homework. It's either in or it's not. If for some reason you didn't do enough of the homework, Dan would have said something. He would have absolutely said something. So if you've turned in all your homework up till now, give yourself 50 points, okay? So yes, good question. No, we do not take off points. It's either 5 points for coloring or nothing, 5 points for written or nothing. And if your homework was not accepted because it was not complete enough, Dan would have told you, okay? Dan would have absolutely told you. So as of today, if you've turned in all your homework, make a note somewhere that you already have 50 points. And then next week, when you do your midterm, add that score. And then you can keep track of where you are. We have 41 people in class. So it really helps us if you take the time to make notes of your own points. If you have received an email from Dan each time you turned in your homework that said got it or whatever he does, then you are fine, okay? Good morning, June. We were just going over the midterm schedule for next week. So if you have any questions, post them, and either myself or Dan we'll answer them on break. Well, Dan might be able to. Dan's not going to be here all day today. He's going to be in and out. But that's what we've been talking about for the last 15 minutes is the midterm. So anyone who's checked in late, you're welcome for the clear information, and I am happy to take the time at any time to answer your questions or let you know what's coming up for class. Okay? All right, let's see. We are doing the nervous system today, and your handouts for today. So let me finish what I'm saying before you get stressed. The nervous system handouts for today cover pages 63 through 74. So it's a lot of handouts. The handouts we will actually use in class today are 63 through 66. That's one handout. Page 67 is just for your reading. Page 69 is just for your reading. And then we will use pages 71 through 74. They're just two one-sided handouts. So I will repeat that right now. The nervous system handouts are pages 63 through 74. The ones we're going to use in class today are 63 through 66, page 71, which is a one-sided handout, and page 73, which is a one-sided handout. The other two one-sided handouts are for your reading pleasure, maybe sometime between today and Wednesday, just to give you some support information for the brain. Okay, is everybody good on that? Excellent, I'm getting a lot of yeses, very clear. Good. All right, then I'm going to get the PowerPoint up for the nervous system. All right. Okay, so our nervous system lecture for today. So when we talk about the nervous system, of course, when we talk about anything, we learn about the anatomy of it, what it's all made of. Okay, so the brain, the spinal cord, peripheral nerves, and everything that makes up the nervous system anatomically. And we also learn about the physiology, how it all works together. And then in the nervous system, then we go into a place where we talk about how it works autonomically, meaning automatically, and then how it works voluntarily. And I know that last week when we were talking about muscle contraction that I already opened this part of the conversation with you. So the nervous system is extremely fascinating. It's interesting. There's going to be a lot of information, but I think that I'm pretty good at getting that information in as clear a fashion as possible. So just stick with me. I don't think it's as complicated as learning a sarcomere in muscle contraction last week. So it's just a lot of information. But this is the third in the 3 lessons in a row that are really, really, really about what we see on our tables. Okay. You know, we know that we move people's blood and we move their lymph and we help digestion go faster and endocrine system, we move hormones around, but those are all kind of secondary effects of massage therapy. Primary effects are what we talked about in connective tissue with thixotropy, about muscle contraction with lactic acid, and today's lesson about the nervous system, how we affect it immediately, both autonomically and voluntarily. So this is real. These 3 lessons are really the meat, you know, the what we really chew on when we put our hands on someone's body. And so I'm really, really excited about all this information. Lots of info, but simpler to comprehend. Okay. Jade, I'm so sorry you're having trouble with your connection. Did anyone ever talk to you about maybe getting an Ethernet where you can connect directly to the internet? We can talk about that at another time. I'm just really sorry that you're having so much trouble, but I'm glad to see you here this morning, and we're just getting ready to talk about the nervous system. Okay, so now you know, those of you that have missed classes, I'm not singling anyone out, but if you had to leave early or you get here late or you've missed a day, the recordings can be sent to you. And I believe with the recordings, you won't have the same connectivity because I think I don't know. You know what? I'm not that computer literate, but if you have missed any class and you would like to hear the lecture and see the lecture, please don't hesitate to call the office to send you the link to watching the videos. You can all do that if you want to see a class again. Anyone who's taken the class or currently in the class can ask to see a recording and the office will send it to you. Okay? All right, so we're going to start with our definitions like we always do. And our first definition is a neuron, which is a nerve cell. So we're back to, remember with muscle, we could actually see a muscle cell with the naked eye, but with a neuron, we cannot. This is a simple, this is what we would call a simple motor or sensory neuron. This is not a nerve. Nerves are bundles and bundles and bundles of neurons. And we're going to look at that a bit later in class in one of the handouts and in some of the pictures that we'll be looking at. But a neuron is a single nerve cell. They look a little bit different in the brain. They don't have the super long tails here always. Sometimes they do. Neurons in the brain are tightly packed together and they're talking to each other, and information is going from every direction. So this is a simple unipolar, one polar, kind of one way in and one way out. And we're going to talk about that because your next three definitions on your homework are the three parts of the neuron: the dendrite, the cell body, and the axon. Okay, so now we're going to learn about the three parts of a neuron. So the first part of the neuron we're going to talk about is the axon. And you can see in the picture that the axon is this long, and this is really, really important part of the definition, is the long process of a neuron. So remember, in anatomy terms, a process is a projection off of something. So when you look at your spinous process, your acromion process, they're projections. So extensions or projections. So on your neurons, your nerve cells, you have this long process called a neuron, okay? And the other important part of the neuron is that when a signal travels through a neuron, it comes in through the dendrites, passes through the cell body, comes through the axon, and then the axon sends it out. So it is the sending end. It is the end of a neuron that sends the impulse. So for those of you, most of you that were here last week, when we talked about muscle contraction, I'm just going to put a little note here to help you make a connection. We had muscle cells, right? We had muscle cells, and we had acetylcholine dripping from the axon, from the nerve onto the muscle cell. So what we were looking at in all those videos and in my silly drawing was the axon terminal. So here's the axon, and then the axon has hundreds of little branches that are what actually connect with a muscle, a gland, your brain. It's the sending end. So when step one of muscle contraction was the nerve impulse, that nerve impulse was acetylcholine dripping out of an axon terminal. So I hope that makes a really good connection for you in this lesson. Okay? So these were my muscle cells, and this was the acetylcholine dropping out. All right, let me get rid of this. So the dendrite, you can see here the dendrite is a tree-like process. And this is the end that receives the message. So let's say that somewhere up here in your brain, you decide very quickly that you're going to bend your elbow. Okay, and it's not even something you think about. It's like, oh, I'm going to pick up my phone, and you reach out, and first you contract your triceps to reach your arm out, and then you contract your biceps to pick up the phone. Well, they would be separate neurons because one's going to the triceps and one's going to the biceps, but that message would come, the chemical messengers would come in to the dendrites from a whole other nerve over here. And this could be at your spinal cord, the brain, and it's going to send the acetylcholine into this end of the dendrite. It's going to get processed. An electrical signal goes through, and that electrical signal hits the terminal, and acetylcholine that's waiting at this end comes out here. So it goes from neuron to neuron as it travels to your muscle. Okay. So it is the receiving end. This dendrite might also receive, there's many signals that this dendrite could receive depending on what it's attached to or what it is sending a signal to. So this is the example of a very simple motor or sensory neuron. And that is, whether it's sensory or motor, it doesn't change how it looks, but it would change which direction it's heading toward. So the axon going towards the brain would be a sensory neuron. The axon going towards a muscle or a gland would be a motor neuron. So let me check the question board. We have a couple people. Somebody just came in. Good morning. We covered a lot of information in the first 20 minutes about the midterm. So if you have questions, you might want to listen, get the office to send you, or ask questions at lunch and I can answer them for you. And so yes, dendrites receive and axons send. That is absolutely correct. Okay, let me erase the drawings. Okay, let's see where we're going from here. The cell body, the third part. So this is the cell body here. It contains the nucleus. This is where the dendrite is going to receive the chemical messenger. One thing I did say last week, is that everything in our body is based on chemical or electrical impulses. And most of the time, it's chemicals that create the electrical impulse. So when the neurotransmitter comes in, the ACH or serotonin or melatonin come in, it creates a message within the cell body, and then the cell body then translates that into an electrical signal right here at this axon hillock, which we're not really going to talk about. And then it sends the electrical message down the axon, and it lets the axon terminals know which chemical to send out, depending on what it is that you want to see happen. Okay, so we have different diseases that attack different parts of our neurons. So not every disease attacks the same part of the neuron if it's a neurological disorder. So, okay. Okay, so we've already talked about the synapse many ways without actually calling it a synapse. So what you're looking at here, I'm going to go back just 1 second. So when I drew the muscle cells down here where my arrow is, okay, it's easier if we talk about muscle cells because we all kind of understand that. When I drew the muscle cells down here, what I was creating was a synapse. So here's the motor neuron coming down. Here's all those little terminals. Okay, here's all those little terminals. This is a muscle fiber. You do recognize that because here is a sarcomere. Here's a sarcomere, and here's the beginning of another sarcomere. So a synapse is a junction between the neuron here and what it is going to affect. So a neuron can affect a muscle. Right here we see in this picture that we know that we have acetylcholine. We also actually have dopamine, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. But nerves can affect glands. They can affect other organs, or they can affect another neuron, which could be in the brain, in the spinal cord. So neurons talk to everything in your body. So everything in your body, muscles, glands, organs, or another neuron. Okay, and we know that we have sensory neurons and we know that we have motor neurons, and we're going to talk about the difference between those two. So a synapse is a functional junction. It's where something takes place. Go back a slide. This one. Sorry. All right. Are we okay? Oh, one more. Sorry, this is just complicated because I have to press so many buttons. Okay, here, this one. So again, neurons can affect, there's not anything we can do in our body without a nerve attached to it. There's nothing that we feel in our body unless a nerve is sending us that signal. So we have nerves attached to everything. Just about everything in the body. So is everybody good with this slide? All right, excellent. I don't sound very giddy, but I just love the nervous system, and I normally don't let anybody teach it for me because I just like it so much. All right, the meninges and their layers. Okay, so I'm just going to keep talking while you write. So remember that the meninges came under, they came under the category of dense, irregular connective tissue. And they were the dense, irregular connective tissue sac, 3 layers that completely surround the brain and the spinal cord. So your spinal cord goes down to about L1 or L2. So you have this 3-layer bag that has fluid in between the layers to help cushion and protect your brain. So if we were to take your cranium off, any of your cranial bones, like your frontal bone or your occipital bone, the first thing we would see is the dura mater, commonly known, or I'm sorry, in Latin, is Latin for tough mother. It's a very, very thick layer of dense irregular connective tissue, and it is the most superficial. So it's out there protecting your brain. So when you hear the term subhematoma, that means that you've bled underneath the dura mater. So inside the brain, you've hemorrhaged underneath the dura mater. If we go one layer deeper to the middle layer, we have what's called the arachnoid mater, which arachnoid means spider. And so it's a web-shaped collagen and elastin fiber. So you can see that this, the dura mater is this green piece out here. And you can see that it does come in between the two sides of the brain. And then the arachnoid mater has fibers that interject into the other 2 layers. And then we have the gentle mother, the deepest layer, the layer that sits actually in contact with the brain and the spinal cord. So we have fluid in between these layers, cerebral spinal fluid and interstitial fluid. And these fluids help to maintain the immune protection within the brain. Everything in your body needs to be constantly wet or pathology will occur. So those of you that are taking or have or will take cranial sacral, you'll learn about how you're affecting this fluid within the cranial sacral system, which is when you think about the brain and the spinal cord going down to L1 or L2, and the fluid that's going all the way down. That's why it's called craniosacral. So, and I'm sure most of you have heard of the pathology meningitis, which is inflammation within the layers of the meninges, usually caused, well, it can be caused both by viral or a bacterial infection that creates the world's worst headache. Excuse me, and can wreak havoc. I did have 3 people in my house once with meningitis, and 1 had to be hospitalized for 9 days. I was just lucky that I didn't get it. With my brain, the last thing I need is meningitis. So, all right, may I move on? Or better question, does anyone need me to wait? Okay. So here's the spinal cord coming right down the center. And then we see actually nerves that are coming out on the left side, which they would also be coming out on the right side, but finding those perfect pictures. And I don't know if you guys have noticed, but when we got the new book, we took the pictures from your book and put them in the PowerPoint. So spinal cord is a mass of nerve tissue that travels through the spinal cord. And if you guys have already done the bones of the spine, I believe you have, but just in case you haven't, come on. Okay, so each of your vertebrae, right over here is a great picture because this is a real sketch from an old anatomy book. Each of your vertebrae, here's your spinous process, here's your transverse process, and here's the vertebral foramen, or if you put many, here's a good picture too. If you put many vertebrae together, it makes a vertebral canal. So when we look at the spine and we see the intervertebral discs, behind it is the vertebral canal, and that's what your spinal cord is traveling through. Okay? This is a great picture. I'm gonna have to remind Daniel to find that picture. So maybe we can add it. That's a great picture. Okay, sorry about that little side note, but I think a picture's worth 1,000 words for sure. And you all know that I can pull 1,000 words out at any time. So the spinal cord is half of the central nervous system. So the central nervous system, as you may know from your homework, is your brain and spinal cord. Okay, usually ends between L1 and L2. And then what you'll notice here is the nerves continue. So these are actual nerves. And inside the nerves are your neurons. Okay, inside the nerves are your neurons. So your neurons are within the nerves, and you can see each of the thoracic ones, they follow a rib around. And then down here at the lumbar and sacral nerves, you can see this, what's called a horsetail, or the cauda equina, where all the nerves are coming out to feed the legs, the low back, and some of your lower abdominal organs. So the term plexus simply means a network. But if we if we put it into nervous system language, it can be a network of nerves that come out of the spinal column to go to a common place. Okay, so we have a network of nerves, meaning they're coming out of different levels of the spinal cord, but they're all going to basically the same place. So that makes them a plexus. So the most popular plexus that we have is these brachial plexus. So, you know, brachii refers to branch or your arm. And the brachial plexus, we can see in this picture, the nerves come out of your cervical vertebrae 5, 6, 7, and C8, which is not a vertebrae. It's in between the vertebrae, but these are the names of the nerves. And then T1, and they all come out and they go down here and they innervate the arm, which is why we call them the brachial plexus. The cervical plexus are networks of nerves from C1 through part of C5 that innervate everything around your head. Now, these are not cranial nerves, so they're spinal nerves. So in this case, they innervate muscles and your skin, muscles and skin. You have a sacral plexus for the 5 vertebrae that make up your sacrum. And then you have a lumbar plexus, L1 through L4. And then L5 kind of mixes with these two. But sometimes you'll hear the term lumbosacral plexus because the sciatic nerve is a combination of the lumbar and the sacral plexus. But since they're all going to the same place, you can call it sacral plexus. We also have a coccygeal plexus because there's 2 nerves that come out of the coccyx that help to innervate the legs as well. So these are really good examples of groupings of nerves. Now you'll notice, I'm going to go back a slide for a second. You'll notice the only ones we really didn't talk about are the nerves coming out of the thoracic spine because none of them go to the same place. Okay, so they're not a plexus. They're just your thoracic spinal nerves, and they each follow a rib and attach to different parts of your skin and different muscles. And in the case of the lower lumbar, actually attached to some of your organs. So that attachment and that nerve signal, the word is innervate. So the brachial plexus innervates your arm. The sacral and lumbar, the sacral plexus innervates your leg. So the word innervate means to bring the signal to. So you'll hear me use that term innervate quite a bit. So I want you to understand what that means. Okay? So our next definition is myelin sheath. So I think someone is asking me to spell innervate, so I'm going to type it back to all of you. And you were just missing an N, so I'm sending it back. INN, ERVATE, innervate. Okay? You're very welcome. I love to spell things. I'm not always right, but I love to try to figure it out. Okay, so we're back to talking about our axon again. So we're talking about the myelin sheath. And I'm going to go back to a different picture and then I'll come right back. So you can see these little white myelin sections here. All right, that's what we're looking at on this different slide. I just really liked this picture for the myelin sheath. You can see that it's extremely detailed. We find myelin sheaths on the axons in your peripheral nervous system. And then when we talk about white matter and gray matter in the brain, the white matter part of your brain is where we find myelin. Okay? Can I please say what again? Innervate? Would you like me to describe innervate again? Okay. So when so I'm going to go back for just a second, you guys, for anybody who's having trouble. Innervate, I'm going to go back to this picture. So here's a motor nerve, a motor neuron, and it's going to drop acetylcholine and dopamine here in order to get a muscle contraction. That is what innervate is that the nerve brings a nerve impulse to something. That's what we call innervate. So you have nerves that innervate all your muscles, nerves that innervate all your glands. It's just a way of describing what the nerve is attached to and how it takes its signal. Is that more clear or helpful? Yes, you have many nerves that innervate your skin. That's how we get feeling when we touch our skin, because we have nerves that are connected and they're taking that signal to our brain because they're innervated by groups of nerves. Okay. Okay, myelin sheath is a lipid covering. The reason the word Schwann cell is here because that's the name of the cell that builds the myelin sheath around the axons in our peripheral nervous system and then the white matter of your brain. This lipid covering helps to ensure that the nerve impulse, whether it be muscle contraction or the pain signal or something, that message gets across clearly, because our axons, remember, one of the important parts of the definition of an axon is that it's a long process. It can be as long as your leg. And so the myelin sheath is there to ensure that the signal gets there uninterrupted. So it's kind of like you have a lamp and you have a plug that the lamp plugs into the wall. And you have that plastic or rubber coating that covers the cord. And as long as that cord is intact, the signal of the light will be uninterrupted. But if you have a cat or a hamster or a rabbit as a pet and they get out of their cage and they chew the rubber off of the light, what happens to the signal of the light? What could possibly happen? Yeah, it can stop working or it can short out. Yes, yes, it can. Yeah, it can short out. Well, the same thing will happen from the myelin sheath. So I have a question. By reading chapter 7, I was under impression that only Schwann cells make that sheath. The Schwann cells make the sheath in the peripheral nervous system. There's a different cell that makes it in the brain, but we're only talking about the peripheral nervous system. So it does make the sheath. Schwann cells make the myelin that surrounds the axons of your peripheral nervous system. So I think we're both saying the same thing. Is that true? You're not sure. Let me know what page in chapter 7, but the Schwann is a cell that produces the myelin sheath in the peripheral nervous system. It's a lipid covering. It protects and insulates and ensures that the transmission is uninterrupted. So if you could be more clear about where you're confused, I'll try to clear it up. Okay? So we do have a disease that attacks the myelin sheath. Does anybody have a guess as to what? Yes, they are the only cells that produce the sheath. Yes. Yes. Okay, so I'm getting some really great guesses here. But the disease is multiple sclerosis. Yes, MS. Yes, multiple sclerosis. In multiple sclerosis, it causes your white blood cells to act like Pac-Man and eat away at the myelin sheath. And so when you have myelin in your brain, you have myelin in your peripheral nervous system, which is all the nerves coming out of your brain and spinal cord. Let me give you a story, if that's okay, and then we'll take our first morning break. So is everybody up for a story? Good. Yes, multiple sclerosis. It's 2 words. We commonly call it MS. Okay, so myelin, when a baby is born, they do not have a lot of myelin anywhere, okay? Because when you look at a baby, okay, they can't really do much, right? They're just kind of all puddle of rubber, and they do have some myelin, but as a baby develops, we have a sense of when they might do certain things: roll over, lift their head up, sit up, crawl, walk. All of those things are really super important, because what they're showing us is that the cells in their brain and the Schwann cells outside the brain and spinal cord are slowly myelinating the brain. And as that's happening, the nerve signals are greater and more increased, and they start to learn stuff. And so when my second son was born, it was in a time where health insurance was really, really good, or we just had good health insurance. And they did developmental checks on your babies every time you went in. Sometimes they were monthly in their first year. And while we were talking to the doctor the developmental specialist was with our son, and she came to my husband and I with a concern. And the concern was that around 9 months old, babies, when you put something in front of them, they usually reach out from the sides. So if you put your hands all the way to your sides, straight out with your fingers, and then you put something in front of a baby, they usually bring their hands from the sides in front of them and try to grasp the toy. Well, our son was not doing that, and the developmental specialist was concerned, and she gave us some exercises to do. And of course, Kevin and I, being very young, went home and went, okay, we'll do our best, but we don't really understand what's happening here. What the developmental specialist didn't tell us was that she was concerned about the myelination in his brain, and in his peripheral nervous system, was the myelin being laid down in a good fashion? Was it getting done? And we did the exercises for a while, but we didn't take it as seriously as we should have. And then he started walking, and then he started running, and then he started falling, because babies fall. And guess what he didn't do when he fell? No, he cried. He didn't catch himself. Yes, he didn't put his arms out in front of him. Yeah, no, crying. And the reason he cried was because he knocked his teeth out, he broke his collarbone, all because he didn't have the basis in his brain or the progression to put his arms out in front of him. And of course, Kevin and I felt like the worst parents in the whole world, and every parent feels that way probably daily. And so Kevin started working with him and teaching him how to fall. And so, we corrected the problem, but it's not until after he knocked out 7 teeth and broke his collarbone. Okay, so it was pretty serious. Those developmental stages are showing you that the brain and the nervous system is myelinating. Okay, so if we look at somebody with MS, if the MS progresses very serious, they lose muscle control and balance, and the ability to do things, and could end up in a wheelchair. So there's so many different varieties of MS and severities, and it's really hard to diagnose. But if they do an MRI, they can see the lesions in the brain where your white blood cells have eaten away at the myelin sheath. So anyway, that's our little talk on myelin sheath. It is 11:13. Let's take a quick break, and we'll come back at 11:25, which is about 12 minutes. 11:25. Please check out. Okay, I hope that was enough time for everyone to stretch their legs, make a cup of tea, whatever you need to do in that time. I did a whole bunch of stuff. Anyway, okay, so let's, are there any questions up until now that haven't been covered, isn't clear? All right, doesn't look like anything. And I go back 2 slides. This one? All right. All right, you're welcome. So neurotransmitter. So neuro meaning having to do with the nervous system. Transmitter meaning something that is sending a signal. Okay, so a neurotransmitter is a chemical messenger. You already know acetylcholine, right? Because acetylcholine is what creates the nerve response in muscle contraction. But I also want you to know that acetylcholine is responsible for slowing down your heart rate. It's an extremely important neurotransmitter in our body. We have other things here. We have serotonin, which is a nerve transmitter that deals with anxiety, mood, sexual, I guess appetite would be, I guess a word, whether, you have a healthy sex drive or whatever. We have, and remember, we have these brain chemicals also in our gut, in our digestive system. So not to forget that when we eat like crap, sometimes we can feel like crap because the neurotransmitters are definitely affected. Who knows anything about melatonin? Melatonin being one of our neurotransmitters. It's also used as a hormone. So melatonin is implicated in sleep. Yes, it is implicated in sleep. So when we are in the presence of darkness, our pineal gland stores the melatonin, and in the presence of darkness, it is then secreted and used as a neurotransmitter to help us fall asleep. We have a comment that melatonin depletes as we age and that it's good to supplement. Before you supplement younger people, like teenagers, you want to look into studies on melatonin in teenagers before you give young people melatonin. So the question is, What is it? So acetylcholine, ACH, is the neurotransmitter that we use for muscle contraction for the nerve signal. And serotonin is a neurotransmitter that is implicated in people that have depression. So it works with it. Our neurotransmitters have multiple uses, but serotonin has to do with your sleep-wake cycle, but so do other neurotransmitters. It's implicated in anxiety. If you don't have enough serotonin, you could suffer from anxiety, sex drive, appetite, but you have lots of neurotransmitters that do those things. Dopamine, for those of you that heard me earlier say that dopamine is also implicated in muscle contraction. Who else knows anything else about dopamine? Anything about dopamine besides muscle contraction? Motivation, mood, happiness, yeah. Alzheimer's. Actually, dopamine is the neurotransmitter that we're missing enough of when we have Parkinson's. So this is a really good segue into why I want to talk about dopamine. It's what gives you joy, pleasure. It's the feel-good, happy chemical. Yes, you're all correct. It's what makes us repeat behaviors. So on the negative side, that would come into addiction. That's where addiction could come in, is by overloading of dopamine and you become addicted to the feeling. But when it comes to muscle contraction, so I want you to put your hand out in front of you and I want you to pretend like you're doing a hula dance and you're waving your arms up and down and making these beautiful fluid flowing movements. Now, if you didn't have enough dopamine, you would not be able to do that. So dopamine is the neurotransmitter in muscle contraction that creates the smooth, fluid movement. So for those of you that said your grandfather has Parkinson's, you'll probably notice that he has tremors when he goes to move his limb, like his arm. And the tremors are because the acetylcholine is speaking to the muscle to contract, but there isn't enough dopamine to make it look seamless and smooth and fluid, and so they shake. Does that make sense? Is everyone comfortable with that? But when you take a bite of fried chicken or a sip of a glass of wine or have sex, anything that makes you feel good, it's because you're getting a rush of dopamine. Okay, you're getting a rush of dopamine. That's your happy, feel good hormone or neurotransmitter. Okay? And they are the chemicals that move across that synapse that we talked about earlier, right? The functional junction. Here's the end of the neuron. I'll go back just to remind you of this little shape here. See, here's the little axon terminal bulbs. And then we could put a muscle cell here, or we could put a brain cell here. We could put an organ there. We could put the spinal cord there. And that's what it's dropping its chemicals on. Okay, that's what it's dropping its chemicals on. Is those receptor sites for the chemicals, okay? So I'm going to switch slides just a second here. Make sure you have time to write this down. All right. So now we're going to talk about afferent and efferent neurons. So now we're going to take our neuron and we're going to now put it in a direction. Okay, so we're taking our neuron and we are putting it now in a direction. Which end is the axon and which end is the dendrite, to help you understand the difference between an afferent neuron or an efferent neuron. Now, we're not talking about the whole nerve, because most of the nerves in our body are both going both ways, okay? Signals are going both ways. We're talking just about the single cells that we find inside the neuron, inside the nerve, I'm sorry. So afferent. This means that the nerve impulse is going to the central nervous system, or better known as the brain and spinal cord. Okay, the brain and the spinal cord. So here we have a nerve. We'll pretend like this nerve is connected to your skin, which it is. Okay, so we have a little nerve here. And a little bug lands on your skin. Okay, you're not looking, but this little bug lands on your skin. Okay, and it's going to hit the dendrite that is attached to your skin for sensing a level of touch, let's say. And that nerve signal travels in an afferent direction, and it goes up, 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 and it's going to hit the spinal cord, and then it's going to go up to the brain, and you're going to go, ah, I think a bug might be touching me. Something's on my skin. I feel it. Oh my God. But it happens kind of really fast, right? So if you walk outside and you feel the chill on your skin, and that signal goes to your brain from your skin, that is an afferent signal. It's heading to the central nervous system. When you feel hungry and you get that feeling in the pit of your stomach that it's empty and it's growling, well, the empty feeling, that is an afferent nerve response. And it's commonly thought of as a sensory neuron, because our brain or our spinal cord is sensing something from our internal environment or our external environment. Okay? I'm going to go to the next slide, if it'll let me go to the next slide. And you'll notice that the picture didn't change. because, sorry, I had to log out because I could not hear anything. Okay, well, I'm glad you're back. Glad you're back. So the slide didn't change because now we're going to have a motor response because something has landed on my skin and I don't know what it is. So I need to figure it out or do something. And so it's like, okay, I'm going to slap that bug off my skin. So down comes this motor signal, and that motor signal is going to go out to muscles in this arm and this hand, and it's going to say contract. And you're going to reach over to this arm and you're going to brush that bug off of your skin. So this is now an efferent nerve or an efferent neuron because the brain signaled down the spinal cord out to your muscles to both. You're going to turn your head and you're going to look, and when you see the bug, you're going to brush it off. So an efferent neuron takes the message away from the central nervous system, which again is the brain and the spinal cord. So we commonly refer to that as a motor neuron, okay? A motor neuron. And so we have this happening constantly in our body, like all of a sudden your bladder feels full and you get an uncomfortable feeling because you feel your bladder's full and you feel yourself holding in, holding in your urine. And the feeling of the fullness of your bladder is an afferent neuron. And then you go and you walk to the bathroom and you sit down and you voluntarily, with a signal from the brain, use an efferent neuron to open that sphincter and let your urine come out. So we have all these responses, input and output, that's happening to us constantly. Afferent signals coming in, giving us information, efferent signals going out, responding to that information. Okay? Anybody have any questions about that? Okay, well, Maria said she could hear now, but then logged out again. I'm so sorry. I wish she were there. Okay. Okay, so this is a lot of information to write down. So I'm going to give you a minute to where you don't have to hear me talking for 1 minute. And then I'm going to start lecturing on this slide, and it's going to be quite a long conversation about proprioceptors. So I'm starting my stopwatch now. Okay, here we go. So first of all, proprioception or proprioceptors and their information, it's really being widely talked about in science right now as our true sixth sense, meaning we have sight, hearing, taste, smell, touch, and science is really talking about proprioception being our sixth sense. Because what proprioceptors do for your body is they tell the brain and the spinal cord where your body is in space, what's it doing, what's happening to it, is it sitting down, is it standing up, is it twirling around, is it flying, is it sleeping, what is it doing? And it's based on your middle ear and what happens in muscles and joints. Okay, so proprioceptors are located in 3 places in your body. And what they are is afferent neurons. So all they do is send information to the brain and the spinal cord, okay? They have no motor function. They are only afferent or sensory. And they definitely learn because your nerves are what really do all your learning for you. I'm not a big proponent of muscle memory. I'm a proponent of believing in muscle conditioning. But when it comes to your ability to do anything, I am more in the side of your nerves have learned that, and that's why you can get up every day and walk, or read, or write, or whatever you do, is because your nerves have been trained to do that. And if you were to have an head injury, no amount of muscle memory is going to help you walk if you damage the part of your brain that sends signals to your legs. Okay? So I hope that makes sense to you. You'll hear me use nerve memory much more than I'll ever use muscle memory. So the proprioceptor in our muscles, we have 2 you can see in this picture here. We have what's called the tendon organ or the Golgi tendon organ, which is a proprioceptor that lies at the muscle tendon junction. And part of its job is to measure tension in muscle contraction, okay? Measuring tension to help protect your tendons so that it doesn't get strained, so that you don't tear your muscles, so you don't tear the tendon away from the bone in what you do every day. Your muscle spindles are, you can see they are within the muscle cell themselves, and they are responsible for letting your brain know how far it's being stretched and the speed of the stretch. Okay, so they're all proprioceptors. Can I repeat which part again? The tendon organ? So the tendon organ, it's written right here. The tendon organ resides here within the junction. You can all see my pointer, right? You can all see my pointer. Okay, good. The tendon organ is lies within the tendon, and it monitors the tension that's happening in your muscle contraction. So let's say two children are fighting over a toy, and they both have a hold of the toy, and they're both like they're in a tug of war for this toy. Well, their muscles and tendons are really on alert right then, because they can feel the tension, they can feel the contraction, and they can feel the stretching at the same time. And they are monitoring that, and the tendon organ is monitoring the tension. And it wants to make sure that you're not going to damage your muscle in what you're doing. And this is why at some point, somebody on either side of the tug of war finally gives up, because their muscles just give way, probably because the brain stepped in and said, no, we're in danger. And the tendon organ said, nope, can't do this, and then let it go. The muscle spindles are doing the same thing, but they're basically in the muscles, in between muscle cells themselves, and they are monitoring that stretch and the speed of the stretch. So, you know, when you raise your arm over your head and bend your distal arm behind your hand and stretch your biceps, you're going nice and slow. And so your triceps is not alarmed. It's not alarmed. But if somebody is pulling so hard that the muscle feels in danger, then the spindles and the tendon organs are going to take over and create the environment where it just lets go before the muscle gets damaged. Now, that doesn't always happen. We see people injured in sports all the time, but it's working on trying to protect you. It's working on trying to protect you. It's, you're welcome, Santali. It's part of what keeps you from stretching a muscle too far is the proprioceptor. Now, if any of you have ever heard of P and F stretching, capital P, capital N, capital F, proprioceptive neuromuscular facilitation, physical therapists do it, sometimes massage therapists do it. It's a way of overriding the proprioceptor so that you can get the muscle to stretch a little bit further. Okay, so at some point you'll hear about it in maybe sports class or deep tissue, or next time you see me in person, I can show you a PNF stretch and explain what's happening, or you can ask any number of your teachers about PNF stretching, and they'd be able to help you, or you can look it up on the internet. Do they usually do this stretch with the bands? No. A PNF stretch has to be facilitated by an outside person. Okay, by an outside person. So, yes, so Natalie is saying that she does PNF on some of her clients and does assisted stretching. So yeah, PNF is done by someone else. So if there's time today, I can discuss it further. But for the purpose of the lesson, is these proprioceptors, they learn. And then you have the proprioceptor in your middle ear. Okay, that's the crystal that they talk about that floats around in a little box of fluid. And that helps you with judging, helps you with your balance and judging the weight of objects. So what does that mean? Well, your balance, how many people like carnival rides or roller coasters or even Ferris wheels, okay, where your body is moving in space, but you're not actually doing the moving. Okay, we have people say, I do. Well, I love roller coasters, but I never wanted to go upside down until my kids drugged me up with enough kava kava and talked me into going on an upside down roller coaster. And it was the thrill of my life. But when I got off, if you're on a merry-go-round or a tilt-a-whirl or anything that's moving your body for a projected length of time, and then you get off the ride, what do your legs feel like? They feel like jelly, like jello. And the term sea legs, guys, the term sea legs is all about that. You get, wobbly or shaky. You first get on a boat and the boat's moving and your body is wobbling. Although I follow a Brazilian doctor that states that this can be really bad for the body. Are you talking about roller coasters? Okay. Yeah, I'm sure that everybody has an opinion. And it could be really bad for the body, but I didn't start till I was 50, so I got 50 years of not doing that bad thing, and I've been doing it ever since. So I love them. So you get on a boat, right? Let's say a sailboat, and the boat is bobbing in the water, and you're walking around, and you look like somebody who doesn't even know how to walk. You're kind of, walking around and losing your balance, and but the longer you stay on the boat, you actually get what we call your sea legs. Because what's happening is your proprioceptors, your middle ear, your tendon organ, your muscle spindles, they're learning the pattern of the boat. And that this unexpected movement is happening at a pretty good pace, okay? And so it learns after a while, oh, I can do this. And you're walking around like a sharp dressed man, got a drink in your hand, you're not spilling it, and you've got your sea legs. And you go sailing for 3 or 4 hours and you're like, wow, I am just rocking this boat. And then you get to shore and you walk off the boat, and what happens? Who can tell me what happens? Yeah, you feel like you're still at sea, like the land is rocking. Land legs, very dizzy. Yes, because your proprioceptors made the adjustments, and now your muscles are contracting in a way that you didn't feel the boat as much. Okay, and now you get off the boat and you're rocking, okay, and you're rocking now. So there's a question, would these be the same receptors that make you feel sick, like motion sickness? Yes, but it's more in the middle ear, because the thing about car sickness, so usually when people get car sick, if they sit in the front seat and they look out on the horizon, it doesn't bother them as much. I had a dog that figured that out, that if he sat and looked out the front window, he wouldn't throw up. So it's a trick in your brain that it doesn't feel like your body's moving, yet if you look out the window or the car is going around turns and twists and the horizon's changing, your brain has a hard time matching what's actually happening to what it sees. That's the way I understand it. It has a hard time matching what it's feeling to what it's seeing. So, but there's some people that can't read when they're in the car. They have to be looking out front of the car. Okay, so I think we're all different with that. I have never experienced motion sickness, but that's how I understand it. So I have a story or an exercise for the ladies in the room, or the ladies in class. Sorry, I'm used to saying the ladies in the room. And what I want you to do, ladies, is close your eyes and keep them closed. And we're going to do a little imagine exercise. So imagine you wake up in the middle of the night and you have to pee because your bladder's full. The sensory afferent neurons woke you up and said, hey, listen, you need to empty me. So the motor response is you get out of bed and you walk to your bathroom. Now, you don't have to turn any lights on because your proprioceptors have taught your brain and spinal cord how many steps it is to the bathroom, when to turn left or right, how to get around your bed. And of course, if you run into something on the floor that wasn't supposed to be there, it's a huge surprise. You almost fall over, even though it's just a sock. But your brain was not expecting to run into something on the floor. Maybe it's your dog. Maybe it's a suitcase. I don't know. But you walk and you finally get to the bathroom and you don't want to wake anybody up. So you don't turn the light on. Now your eyes are still closed. And now you're slowly sitting down to get to the toilet seat. And you get to a certain point and your brain realizes that the toilet seat was left up. Okay, you can open your eyes now. What happened when your brain realized the toilet seat was left up? You fall in. Yes. Oh, some people are saying gross. Well, I keep my toilet clean. I've never suddenly jumped up, but some of you are. I'm like, what the heck? We fall into the toilet. This has happened so many times. Okay, 4 of you say that you jolt up. Okay, I get that. So what do you think happened? You think about proprioceptors and how they learn. Someone says, I've done where I've lifted the entire seat and fall in. Yes, so I want you to think about the mechanics that's happening. Someone else commented that they only have girls, so that never happens. I lived with a husband and 2 boys, and so it happened all the time. So let's think about what our proprioceptors are doing from memory when we go to sit down on a toilet seat. Because toilet seats, unless they're a disabled toilet, are generally, they are the same height off the ground. And now the toilet seat itself is about 1 inch thick, including the little knobs that hit the porcelain bowl. And so you walk into the bathroom and you turn around. Now your muscles have to contract to lower you down to the seat. Okay, so all the muscles in your legs and your back and your abdomen, they literally have to contract as you lowering yourself down so that you don't fall. Okay, then you get to where your proprioceptors have taught your brain where the toilet seat is in space. Okay, this is what it means by in space. And the second you're supposed to land on the toilet seat, your muscles stop contracting and it drops you gently on the toilet seat. But if the toilet seat is up, you now have about an inch where you don't have muscles to support you. And so you literally fall. And for some of us, it can feel like you're falling into an abyss because you're going one more inch before you hit the toilet seat, but you have no muscles helping you lower. So you actually feel as if you're falling. And so, yes, that's why. Now, we do have someone in class that said they always check before they sit down, and that's awesome that you can remember to do that at 2:30 in the morning when you feel that. So, Naomi, you're welcome for that example. I love that example because it really tells you about the other thing that happens if you're going up, walking up or downstairs. What happens when you think you're at the bottom step and you're not? What happens when you're going upstairs and you feel like you're at the top step and you're not? Right? You trip, almost fall because your muscles. I live in a house with 15 stairs. My muscles are so used to 15 stairs that when if I get to the top and I think there's one more step, what does my leg do? It goes up really high to get to the next step, and the muscles don't start contracting until they feel like they're at the step, and then the step isn't there, and you literally trip or fall. And this is because your proprioceptors have learned. They send this information to your brain, and it's all about muscle contraction, muscle stretching. Now, the part about judging the weight of objects. Oh, here, let me listen. My apartment is 3 stories up with no elevator. Oh, my Lord. I remember I was running up some wood stairs and thought I was at the top step, but I wasn't, and I tripped and busted my lip. Yes. Very good example. Hard thing to have to go through, but very good example. So I think most of us here live on the West Coast. When I visit the East Coast, their stairs there are much more steep, and they're not as deep as ours. And so I find that I lose my balance going up and down. I lose my balance sometimes, or when you're going up the stair, it's a little bit harder because they're steeper. So you have to have stronger muscles. Santali says from the East Coast, and they agree. The stairs are steeper and they're not as deep. And so I end up kicking the stair because most of my foot expects to be on the stair, but it can't be. So we end up kicking the footboard of the stair, and then they're harder to get up because they're steeper. Healing Hands has 20 to 22 steps, depending on whether you're in Laguna or Escondido. So when I get there for my first trip up the stairs, I get to step 15 and I'm like, oh, I'm done. But I've got to go 5 more steps, and those last five steps are a little bit harder. So this is why you can walk around with your eyes closed, because your proprioceptors are feeling the ground. And like if you were to get close, if you were to run into a table or a piece of furniture, it's an immediate warning for you to stop. Whereas sometimes babies don't stop because they don't have that perception yet, and whatever they run into makes them fall over. Okay, because they haven't really gotten to that place yet.
Hey,
Daniel,
Denise.
I knew you were coming on, Daniel.
Yes, I figured you did. I wanted to remind you about the bumps because I'm at Costco right now, and you have to go over the bumps too for for
Oh,
the proprioceptors.
oh, that's right. You know, I'm noticing them at signal lights now that are warning blind people that they're at a signal light. So who knows what Daniel's talking about with the bumps at Costco? Yeah, they're for blind people to warn them. So they're yellow, not the speed bumps, but they're the yellow bumps for the blind that when they come out of Costco, their cart starts bumping. Now they irritate me because I'm always afraid they're going to break my eggs. So, but that's what they're for. Thump, 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 so that a blind person knows that they are heading into where cars could be crossing in front of them. Oh my goodness. Crystal, can I share that? Crystal is commenting that they were a Braille teacher for the blind for 25 years. I really want to learn Braille. They are warning pavers, according to Ashley. Santali says, I did not know. I thought they were just there to annoy us. Yeah, me too. And so did my husband. He thought they were so annoying. But when I walk my dog to my son's house, we have a signal light by our Goodwill that talks to the blind, letting them know when it's safe to cross. And at both ends of that, there are the yellow bumps for the blind. So yeah, they're not there to annoy us. Not at all. Okay, let's see is everybody good with proprioception? Science says it's our sixth sense. It's why our body remembers how to do stuff. Okay. All right. It looks like we're going to be talking about the cranial nerves. And so I think that this is a really good break for lunch. I hope it's okay with everyone else. I'm pretty hungry. So Pen, oh, sorry, I'm already messing up. Let's come back at what is it, 12:14? Let's come back at 1:15 from lunch, okay? So go ahead and check out. I'm starving too. Leaving for lunch. I'll see you guys in an hour. Well, welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a nice break. Thanks for checking in. Give you all a chance to do that. Okay. All right. Okay. Let me erase the drawings and get us back on track. Okay. So the next part of our lecture, we're going to talk about, we are going to talk about the cranial nerves in depth, but I want to help you to understand just how many nerves we have and what type of nerves they are. Thank you for checking in. Back from lunch. Hope everybody had a really good break. So the central nervous system consists of the brain and the spinal cord. And then we know that that is covered in connective tissue called the meninges. Okay. And so that the brain and the spinal cord are protected from the outside world, from bacteria and things that we don't let cross the blood-brain barrier. However, how the brain and the spinal cord communicate with the rest of the body is through their connection through the nerves. So we have two different sets of nerves. First, on the left here, we have the cranial nerves, where we have 12 sets. So for every one of these nerves, the olfactory, optic, oculomotor, you'll notice that we have one on each side of the brain. So here's the olfactory nerve fibers, the optic nerve, the oculomotor nerve, and so on. And the thing about the cranial nerves is that they are exiting the brain and they're coming outside of the meninges. But then you can see by some of the words here that they are innervating something outside of the brain, excuse me, and the spinal cord, just like all of our nerves do. But the cranial nerves are just a bit more specific than our spinal nerves, which is why we study them. We study the 12 cranial nerves, their names, and just a short overview of what they do, what they innervate with, and what they do. The spinal nerves, on the other hand, starting at C1 through C8, and the reason we have 8 cervical spinal nerves is because they start coming out above the vertebrae, C1. And so when we get down to C7, before we get to T1, we have an extra nerve here that comes out above C7. And so that's cervical nerve 8. And then we have 12 thoracic spinal nerves, 5 lumbar, and then 5 sacral. We also have a coccygeal, and I think, so let me see, if we add up 5 and 5 is 10, and 12 is 22, and 8 is 30. We have one pair of coccygeal nerves, that come down below the coccyx here. And that gives us 31 pairs of spinal nerves. And your spinal nerves, for the most part, connect to your skeletal muscles and to all of your skin. Okay, all of your skin. So when something touches your skin, whether it be the wind blowing your hair or somebody doing deep tissue, it is a spinal nerve that is carrying that message of whatever that feeling is to the brain. So those would be considered afferent or sensory. When you contract a skeletal muscle, they could be using the same nerve, but the fibers in the nerve cells are going the opposite way. So they would be considered motor nerves, motor neurons. So we don't really differentiate through the spinal nerves the same way we do the cranial nerve because they're more general in what they serve. There are some innervations in your lumbar back that go to some of your internal organs, but that's all part of the autonomic nervous system, which we'll get to in a little bit later. So, so when we look at a, let me see what the question is. So there's 7 cervical vertebrae, but there's 8 cervical nerves. Okay? There are only 7 bones in the vertebrae, but the nerves start above the vertebrae. So until you get to T1, you have 8 places for cervical nerves to exit the spine. And that's why there are 8 nerves, but only 7 cervical vertebrae. Okay? Okay, so the picture that was back here, so this is showing all your spinal nerves on the left side, okay, all the way down to the coccyx. If you were to count these up, you would come up with 31 nerves coming out of the spine, all the way through the sacrum and the coccyx. And then you'd have the same pair on this side of the spine. They just cut them off just in order to show you the spinal nerves on one side. So, you know, this is the brachial plexus right here. These would continue down the arm, just like the lumbar and sacral and coccygeal would extend all the way down the legs. Does that make sense? So anatomically, you have 12 pairs of cranial nerves and 31 pairs of spinal nerves. So we are going to go through the cranial nerves. That's the next part of our lesson because they are so specific. Okay, I'm going to give you a minute to write this down. Okay, so the name of cranial nerve 1 is olfactory. And if you are familiar with the term olfactory bulb, your olfactory is your sense of smell. And you'll notice that it is only a sensory or afferent nerve. Now we're talking about whole nerves, which when we're done with the cranial nerves, we'll look at exactly what a nerve is. So remember, we're looking at these yellow strings. Where'd it go? Oh, we're looking at these cranial nerves here. Here's the olfactory, again, the optic, the oculomotor, the trochlear, the trigeminal, the abducens, vestibulocochlear, facial, glossopharyngeal, the vagus nerve, the accessory nerve, and the hypoglossal. So these are all the nerves that we're going to look at that are exiting the cranium, which is the only reason they're called cranial nerves, which is the only reason the others are called spinal, is because they're exiting the spine. So olfactory is only sensory because there's really no motor part of your smell. Your second cranial nerve is called the optic nerve. And this is the cranial nerve that is responsible for bringing sight or whatever it is you're looking at into your brain and showing your brain what it is that you're looking at in your outside world. Remember, your brain cannot see. It has to have a cranial nerve connection to your eyeball to take the signal to the brain. So it is also only a sensory or afferent neuron because it just brings in vision. Okay? Oculomotor, you can tell by the name that it's a motor neuron, meaning that a motor nerve, meaning that it's going to control movement of something. And no sensation, no sensory at all. And the oculomotor is the cranial nerve 3. And if you have met me in person, you know my story is that I have a right third nerve palsy, which means my third cranial nerve on the right side of my brain is paralyzed. So there are some things I cannot do with my right eye. I cannot look up, I cannot look down, and I can't look medially towards my nose. My eyelid is being held open by a piece of cadaver fascia because I cannot open my eyelid on my own. The lens of my eye, you guys probably don't even think about this ability, but when you are, let's say you're reading a book and your focus is on the words in the book, but then your child calls you and says, "Look, mommy, look at me," and you look up and you're able to focus far away. That's what the lens in your eye does. And when my cranial nerve died, my lens paralyzed in the distance vision. So my sight issue is with things that are up close because I can't focus. And then the pupil You know, during the nighttime, your pupil is dilated to let in more light, and during the day, the pupil is contracted to keep out all the light. Well, when my eye paralyzed, my pupil was dilated. So most light is uncomfortable for me because my right eye is the eye that I see with the most. My left eye is blind from birth. And so I have to wear really dark glasses. So all of those things are controlled by the third nerve on the right side of my brain. Number 4 is the trochlear that moves other eye muscles. So not all your eye muscles are in your third cranial nerve, thank goodness, because I can look sideways. I can look to the right, I just can't look to the left. I'll give you a head start on writing this down. Okay, so the trigeminal nerve, number 1, you need to know that your 5th cranial nerve is called your trigeminal nerve. Thank you, Carolyn. So the reason for the little splat is that you need to know that your trigeminal nerve is your 5th cranial nerve. And we're looking at the trigeminal nerve in this bottom picture. Okay, so it's coming out of the cranium, and look at all the places that it innervates. Parts of the face, the jaw, the nose, around the eye. It connects to the teeth. The trigeminal nerve is one of the nerves that they may numb if you're going to have intense dental work, so that it numbs all your face. So it takes sensory information from your jaws and your eyes, and you can see all the other places, and motor for chewing and for tears. So these are just very general. You can look up more detail on your own later, but the reason it has a splat next to it is because there is a pathology called trigeminal neuralgia, which means, so algia means pain. So neuralgia is nerve pain, and it's nerve pain of the trigeminal nerve. It's a pretty common pathology that people can get from stress, head injury that damages this nerve, and it's extremely painful. I've heard that it can cause suicides if the medication doesn't work, because they get pain in their eyes and in their nose and in their jaws and in their face, and the pain is very, 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 very bad. And chewing can cause pain, and it's really annoying. And so knowing trigeminal neuralgia coming from the 5th cranial nerve. The abducens is another nerve that's connected to muscles of the eyeball that controls eyeball rotation. So it is just a motor nerve. Cranial nerve 7, you can see, also has a splat, which means you need to know that the facial nerve is your 7th cranial nerve. So Carolyn is asking, does LASIK eye surgery have the risk of hitting this nerve, the trigeminal, I assume you're talking about. I've heard of people having permanent eye pain after that surgery. You know, I honestly don't know, but I think that would be a great research project, because you see that it brings sensory information from the eyes. So I think you can make a theory behind that, that it could be damage to the trigeminal nerve. I would think that if that happened, they'd feel pain in all the places, but then again, if it just damages that one small branch, maybe the pain would be left there. The facial nerve, cranial nerve 7, is what we call another mixed nerve, where you have axons going towards the brain and axons going out of the brain. So it is motor and sensory for the tongue, taste buds, nasal, optic. It also helps you to see. And then the facial expression muscles. And the reason that you need to know this is that, has anyone ever heard of Bell's palsy? Okay, so you have a client with Bell's palsy. It is paralysis of this facial nerve. Stress can bring on a Bell's palsy. Someone else is saying their daughter had it. Mother-in-law had it for a while. It usually resolves on its own. It can be caused from stress. It can be caused from somehow getting damage to the nerve. One way I have heard is that being in freezing cold wind on your face, which is why it's a good idea to protect your face if you're skiing, snowboarding, and keeping the nerves warm. Usually you'll see one half of their face drooping, almost as if they've had a stroke, but it is paralysis of this facial nerve. Vestibulocochlear is the nerve that is connected to that proprioceptor in your ear. Okay, connected to your ear for hearing and equilibrium. So it is a afferent neuron. And the last 4, I'll give you a little bit of time to get started on writing. Okay, so cranial nerve number 9, glossopharyngeal, both sensory and motor, so it's a mixed nerve. Has to do with your tongue and your palate, the muscles of swallowing, and then also associated with your gag reflex. Okay, so you know your gag reflex is located at the the base of your tongue. So it is this nerve that gets the gag reflex moving. The vagus nerve is, if you see that it's both motor and sensory, starts with the throat, the voice box, and then you see that it starts with your esophagus. So this is like, besides the cranial nerve 11, this is the only nerve that actually leaves the cranium and goes and innervates your organs, internal organs. But you'll notice that it says the parasympathetic side. So when digestion speeds up because someone is relaxed, that's the vagus nerve speeding up digestion. When your heart slows down its beating and you're breathing nice and deep and slow, that's the parasympathetic side. So if you're speeding up the heart rate and you're slowing down digestion, that would be a different nerve. The most likely the ones in the lumbar back that also connect to internal organs. You also have a splat next to the vagus nerve because you need to know that the 10th cranial nerve is the vagus nerve and that it helps to control internal organs, especially the heart and the lungs. And this is why when someone has a complete spinal resection like Christopher Reeve did from his accident, then we have to breathe for them. Okay, we have to breathe for them. All right. Okay. So I want to go back to the facial nerve really quick because I forgot to tell you something. So this facial nerve here with the, you can see all the branches here of the facial nerve, and how it comes here over the top of the mouth. This is the nerve that gets frozen when you have brain freeze. Okay, so when the dessert hits when ice cream or something hits the top of your mouth and it affects the facial nerve, and that's why you feel that pain in your brain. All right, cranial nerve 11 is called the spinal accessory nerve. It overlaps with the vagus nerve and helps it doing some of its job. It has to do with muscles in your shoulder that move your shoulders and move your head. And we'll talk about why that is a little bit later. And then your 12th cranial nerve, hypoglossal, is another motor nerve for the tongue, speech, and swallowing. Okay? So anybody have questions on that? Okay, so nobody's coming up with any questions, so I will move on. Which was the one responsible for brain freeze, the facial nerve? The one implicated in Bell's palsy. Number 7. Okay, number 5 is the trigeminal nerve. Okay, so I've said it quite a few times today. What makes up the central nervous system? Yes, the brain and the spinal cord. Central. Think of the center of the body. Okay. When you hear the term central nervous system, think about the center of the body where you're going to find the brain and the spinal cord. Excellent. And in this picture, we actually see the brain, the spinal cord, and we see the spinal nerves. We don't see the cranial nerves. But we do see the spinal nerves. What is the peripheral nervous system comprised of? Who can tell me the 2 sets of nerves you have? Okay, sensory motor nerves. Who remembers the 2 groups of nerves and how many you have of each? That's what yep, 12 cranial and 31 spinal. So that is the answer. So the peripheral nervous system means on the periphery or off to the side. So the 31 pairs of cranial nerves and the 31 pairs or 12 pairs of cranial nerves. No, it's not. It's 12 pairs of cranial and 31 pairs of spinal. That's what makes up your okay, Santali is bringing up a very good point. In your book, they talk about cranial nerve 0, which is not ever talked about. It is a small branch off of the olfactory nerve. And so they've named it cranial nerve 0 so that it doesn't come up in the count of 12. Does that make sense? Because your book just talks about a 13th cranial nerve, and I was a little surprised too. And so when I went and did the research, that's why it says we have 13 cranial nerves. There's a small branch that comes off your olfactory, your smell, and they've named it cranial nerve 0. Because they really didn't want the count to go to 13. Because it's really not a separate nerve. But you know, science is always changing. Okay. So, we've talked a lot about signals and which way signals go. So, the central nervous system has three main functions. And we can bring it down to three small words, but you can type as many words as you want and try to tell me what the three functions of your central nervous system are. I know it was a question on your homework, so you had to find something in your book. All right, answers are starting to come in. Okay. So it senses, takes in sensory input, awareness, movement, thinking, speech, five senses, sensory integration and motor output, good. Receives and interprets sensory info and directs motor, beautiful. Receives sensory info, sends motor output, sensory integrative motor. These are all really awesome answers. And they're all correct. So in the simplest terms, number one, receives impulses from the peripheral nervous system, which is anywhere outside the brain and the spinal cord, right? Anything outside the brain and the spinal cord is controlled by your peripheral nervous system. It interprets the information like, oh, my bladder's full, I will walk to the bathroom and go pee. Oh, my stomach is empty, I will go make something to eat. Oh, there's a bug that landed on my skin, I think I'll swat it away. That's interpretation. It interprets the impulse. And then if there's a response needed, the brain and the spinal cord, which is the central nervous system, sends out that response through the peripheral nervous system. So the three functions, and most of you put this, was sends, receives, and integrates or interprets. Integrates or interprets. So there's three functions of the central nervous system. Receive information. Second is to review or interpret that information. And then number three, send out a response if need be. Okay, I'm going back. So the next slide we had, because I skipped over this one, is what is the peripheral nervous system comprised of? And it would be all nerve tissue that's not in the central nervous system. And the answer, of course, is the 12 pairs of cranial nerves that exit different parts of the brain, and 31 pairs of spinal nerves that come out of the spinal cord. So the next question is naturally going to be, what are the functions of the peripheral nervous system? So, so when you have the peripheral nervous system, it only can do 2 of the 3 things that the central nervous system can do. So that's your hint. The peripheral can only do 2 out of 3 of what the central nervous system can do. Send information and receive information. The question was that the peripheral nervous system can only do 2 of the 3 tasks that the central nervous system does. So it detects sensory info and carries motor. Exactly. Exactly. And why can't it interpret? Why can't it interpret or integrate? Because it doesn't have a brain. It can only pass on the information. It didn't write the note. It can only pass the note. Okay? So it sends afferent messages to the brain from outside environment and from inside the body. Receives efferent messages from the brain and the spinal cord, going to muscles, glands, organs, etc., etc. All right, how are we all doing? We're doing good. Some people are still writing. Excellent. Okay, I need a 5-minute stretch break because I'm yawning too much. So I'm going to go take a few deep breaths, but it's only going to be 5 minutes. It just turned 2 o'clock. If you want to write this little chart down, you can, because we're going to add to it on the next slide. So I'll see you at 2:05. I'm not even going to take the time to write it down. Everybody hear me say 2:05? be back in 5 minutes. So I just got to get some fresh air. Oh, sorry, I did not realize I was a second late, but my grandson was calling for water, and I was just making sure somebody was bringing him water. Okay, so now that we've learned about the central nervous system being the brain and the spinal cord, and we've learned about the peripheral nervous system being the 12 cranial nerves and 31 pairs of spinal nerves. That is anatomically what our nervous system is made of, okay, anatomically. But now we're going to talk about its physiology and how they all work together and not separately to control everything that happens in our body. Okay, so if we take this little top panel and we combine the brain, the spinal cord, the 12 pairs of cranial nerves, and the 31 pairs of spinal nerves, if we put them all together and we start talking about their function, we have we have an autonomic or involuntary side, and we have a somatic or voluntary side. And that further comes down the flow chart that on the autonomic or involuntary side, we have what everyone has heard about, most everyone has heard about, is your parasympathetic nervous system or your sympathetic nervous system. Now remember, we're talking about autonomic or involuntary. So remembering that involuntary means something that you don't have conscious control over. It just happens whether you're paying attention or not, like breathing and digesting and your bladder filling up, and it just happens without you having to put any conscious thought into it. On the other side, the voluntary part of our nervous system is also called our somatic nervous system. The word soma means body, and it's only broken down into its afferent side and its efferent side, meaning we have a certain thing that we control voluntarily with our minds, and then we have another side where sensory information is coming in that is considered under our voluntary side. So we're going to look at the next slide, because I believe we're going to look at our somatic or voluntary nervous system first, because it's the easiest to understand and it's very basic. Okay, it's very, very basic. We have two parts. We have afferent or sensory and efferent or motor. So I want you to tell me your thoughts on what the afferent or sensory side of our voluntary nervous system might be. What things do you think are under your conscious control that have to do with information coming in? I'm having trouble getting to your questions. Hold on. Okay. Oh, I love it. So touch, So the trigeminal is a cranial nerve. What I'm asking you is what sensory info happens in your body that you think is under your conscious control. And someone said touch, and that is correct. And then another person has said vision, sight, and that is also correct. So what other things go with touch and sight? Hearing, smell, and taste. Exactly. Exactly. So we're not talking about separate nerves, okay? We're talking about functions of those nerves. So taste, hearing, sight, touch, and smell. This is considered your somatic nervous system, and it's on the sensory side, the sensory input. Science categorizes your senses as voluntary input. You don't have to taste or hear or see or touch or smell anything that you choose not to. It is considered on the voluntary side. All right, now on the motor side, it's only one thing. Voluntary motor. Yes, but what controls movement? Yes, skeletal muscle. Excellent. Skeletal muscle. That's it. This is your somatic or voluntary nervous system. We don't start differentiating between nerves because that's anatomy. We are now talking about physiology and how they all work together. The brain, the spinal cord, the cranial nerves, and the spinal nerves. It's how they all work together to perform these tasks. Okay, so now we're going to move into the autonomic nervous system. Okay, we're going to move into the autonomic nervous system next. And this is our involuntary. This is what's going on when we sit here and our body systems just move on without us. They don't ask us, hey, are you ready to digest? You know, what are you doing? They just take care of business. All right, they just take care of business. So your autonomic nervous system, if you remember earlier, I said has your two sides. It has your sympathetic nervous system, which is also called your fight or flight or freeze nervous system. And its main job in your body is to spend energy. Okay, it spends energy. We talked a little bit about fight or flight last week and how it is it spends energy. It's your fight or flight. It's getting you ready to get out of danger. Okay, so it expends energy. The other side is your parasympathetic nervous system, which is nicknamed your rest and digest nervous system. And its job is to conserve your energy. All right, so what's coming up next is a list of things that spend energy. Okay, so think about fight or flight. Okay, what do you mean by opinion slides? Can I return to the opinion slides? We want to spend more time here. What does that mean? Oh, yes, we want to spend more time in parasympathetic. Oh, previous slides. This one? Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so we're back to the question is what kind of things spend energy? Let me see what kind of things you come up with. Arguing, so would we put arguing down as emotions? Yelling, action. I'm writing down all of your words that you're giving me. Exercise, running. Under emotion, I'm put being angry. Thinking. I guess it depends on what you're thinking about. Swimming, that would come under exercise. Holding on to negative energy for too long. Well, talking on the phone could put me into parasympathetic if I'm having a nice, relaxing conversation with someone, right? There's the word I'm looking for, stress. Okay, so your list is getting bigger. Fear, treading water, being anxious, stress, being angry. What else? Nobody has anything else? Emergency situations, excellent. Emergencies. Absolutely, that's what fight or flight is for, right? It's to get us out of an emergent situation, trauma. Trauma, excellent. I'm going to advance the slide. And this is my list. Excitement, excess. Anything to excess, including sex. Okay, excess exercise, excess eating, excess sex, excess anything spends energy because your body has to try to deal with it. Exercise. I used to watch The Biggest Loser, and those people would exercise 6, 7, 8 hours a day. I'm not sure if they killed anybody, but they sure did some damage. Stress. Stress is the #1 killer of your immune system. I've learned that the hard way going through grief the last almost 2 years. It is extremely stressful on the body and causes inflammation. Inflammation wreaks havoc with the immune system. Emergency situations. And then the way I wrote emotions is because I've heard emotions described as energy in motion. So it is energy that's moving, and maybe even expressing emotions is a way of moving them, emotional release. So how many people in class have friends or family members or clients who kind of are stuck or live in fight or flight? Yes. Someone says my sister. Yeah, Gabby, a lot of E words. Paula and I did that because we were looking for some way to help people remember. Someone is saying I was before starting at Healing Hands because of trauma starting in my childhood. And hopefully in your journey with us, you're healing that. Seems like everyone I know, my sister, yes. Healing, yes. Healing is good. About 2 weeks ago, I started saying that I've been doing a lot of healing too with my grief, and I feel like I'm feeling my healing. You know what I mean? It's like I'm taking the steps and I'm finally starting to feel that healing, that relief. I mean, yes, you have to feel to heal. And I've learned that grief doesn't get any lighter. We just get used to carrying the weight, right? Grief doesn't get any lighter. We just get used to carrying that weight. So there we are. So fight or flight was intended to get you out of a dangerous situation. So if you're walking along the trail and you run into a bear, fight or flight is supposed to give you the things that you need to fight the bear, flee from the bear, which we know you should never do, or maybe freeze and the bear leaves you alone. But your sympathetic nervous system is there to spend energy to get you out of the occasional fight, flight, or freeze situation. It was really never meant to sustain us for years and years and years, but now we have people who everything in their life is an emergency situation, and who knows if that didn't come from their childhood. We have people who are under so much stress that they feel it in other ways in their body, which we're going to talk about in a few minutes. We have people who've been through trauma that is so unspeakable, they get post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. We have people that have been hurt mentally and emotionally so badly that that those emotions get stuck because they were piled on and piled on and piled on over years and years and years of maybe abuse, neglect, trauma, grief. There's just so many out there. Someone is mentioning that I used a bear as the example, and they've been seeing pictures and videos of bears a lot lately. My husband and I got stuck in our motorhome for 5 days in the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. And once we got it fixed, we went to tour a little village that's in the middle of the Smoky Mountains. Nobody lives in anymore, but the houses are still there. And we got out of the motorhome to take a short hike because I just really wanted to see a bear in the woods. I haven't seen a bear in the woods since I was a kid. And it was during the time of the Summer Olympics. And we were walking down a trail and we passed a couple who was coming out from the trail as we were going in. And a few minutes later, my husband, of course, I think he was part American Indian. He was, at least in his heart. And he spotted a bear on the other side of the stream. And of course, I got immediately, oh my God, there's really a bear. Is he going to cross the stream? Is he going to come get us? Now, my husband noticed that he was just a cub, but cubs mean that there could be a mama around. And so I turn around and I go, let's get out of here. And I start running. And my husband is so funny. He says, well, you better at least come in with a bronze, because when you run from bears, they chase you and they're going to get the last person in the line. So there were 4 of us out there. So he was telling me I had to get a bronze in order to make it from the bear. And that's when he taught me to never run from a bear. So I don't, but it was just a baby. But babies mean mamas somewhere, right? Okay. So now what we see is a list of things that potentially, and even on a daily basis, could spend energy in your body, in your nervous system. But where does that energy come from? You might ask. The energy has to come from the parasympathetic nervous system. Okay, the only way we can spend energy is if we have it conserved somewhere. And if we don't have enough conserved, which most of us don't, we're going to have to take it from somewhere. And in this case, it's going to be the parasympathetic nervous system. And so it's going to rob energy from the list of functions in your body that the parasympathetic nervous system controls. Now, are any of you in my lymph class? I'm not getting any responses, so that must be a no. So I thought someone was. You will in the fall. Oh, yeah, Jaden. Okay. And Raquel. Oh, and Elaine. Elaine. Okay, so do you remember what I was talking about last Monday on the parasympathetic nervous system? Do you remember the acronym? And yes, I'm teaching the class in November. I believe in Kearney Mesa. Yeah, slutty. Thanks, Jaden. Slutty. So where, can anybody guess where, what the parasympathetic nervous system controls and where we take that energy from? Digestion, yes. Pooping, yes. Digestion, pooping. What else? It produces saliva. Urination, good. Tears, okay. I think we have them all except for the immune system. So here's our acronym, SLUDDI, and we really could add reproductive system down here. So what this list means is that when we are in a state of sympathetic nervous system response, and we stay there past the emergency state, where we're robbing that energy from is here. So we cause dry mouth, dry eye, nighttime or stressful urination, digestion problems like gas, heartburn, defecation problems like constipation and diarrhea, immune system issues, and then a faulty reproductive system, which is why they say when people are stressed out, if they've been trying to get pregnant, then they need to calm down, okay? So what this means is when we stay in a state of fight or flight, this list over here suffers. So this is why when we put somebody on our massage table and we get a parasympathetic response, we get farting, we get people needing to pee, we get people drooling, we might get emotional release, we get digestive sounds, we build T cells, we get the reproductive system back online. Because these systems on the parasympathetic side, they suffer, they give up their function to keep your body in a stressful fight or flight situation. All right, does anybody have any questions? I feel like part of our responsibility as massage therapists is that we are teaching our clients this. We're teaching them through our example of relaxing them, and when their digestive system starts to respond by making general noises when you're doing the massage, we're letting them know that that's a good sign that your digestion is moving at a better pace now that you're relaxed. You might drool or cry because your body's more relaxed and it's feeling the ability to do that, do those kind of things. So Our nervous system also acts as a triage for us. So, think about what happens if somebody, let's say somebody rear ends you. Science says that when we get into an accident, our brains just turn on, they light up, and they go basically into fight or flight. And lots of blood goes to your muscles, to your lungs, and to your brain to get oxygen, to get ready to get you out of the danger, right? It's like, boom, you're just out there and in danger. Adrenaline kicks in, and you automatically know where your driver's license is and your insurance, and you get it done, and you talk to the other person, and you might be shaking and really scared or upset, and then you get all the paperwork done, and your heart is still racing. And then it's time to clean up. You found out that your car can drive, so the other person drives away, and you pick up the phone and you call someone you love and trust. And then what happens? What usually happens at this point? Exactly. You cry. You cry, emotional release, because the emergency is over and your nervous system is kicking in a reaction that causes you to release the trauma immediately and cry. Marathon runners. Anybody in class ever run a marathon? Marathon runners out there, they're a pretty serious lot. They they train and train and train, and we have someone mentioning that they ran a half marathon and peed their pants after. We have marathon runners that do this all the time. They involuntarily pee or poop or throw up. And part of the theory behind that is that their body is working so hard in what would be called fight or flight, because all the oxygen's going to your muscles and you're moving them and you're running and you're going really hard and really fast, and your heart rate goes up and up and up and up and up and up, and you sustain this for 13 miles or 26 miles, depending on whether you're doing a half marathon or a whole marathon. And I'm not sure we were ever meant to run that long. I'm pretty sure we were meant to run away from large animals, but running for sport, not really sure if we were meant to do that. It doesn't matter. But what happens is with the marathon runners is their body goes so deep into fight or flight that the internal triage is telling the body, we need to relax. We need to pull them out of this state. And our body does it for us. It poops, it pees, it throws up, it it does it for you. It is trying to calm down your nervous system on its own. All right, how are we doing? Let's see where we're going from here. All right, so here's a little summary. I will give you a minute to write it down. Okay, this is a summary. Sympathetic versus parasympathetic. Okay, everybody good? So the important line here is that the sympathetic nervous system must shut down to stimulate the parasympathetic. So how do you learn ways to shut down the sympathetic? So it's a very good question. We're doing it as massage therapists with our clients. So deep breathing, meditation, getting a massage, quieting your mind, anything that takes you out of your stressful moment, stimulates the parasympathetic nervous system response. In our world, massage is just the number one thing. But when we stop in class and take a few deep breaths, that's stimulating parasympathetic. When we meditate, sit down and do breathing and, any kind of meditation, yoga, exercise. So exercise was on our list of sympathetic. Now, in excess, it brings you into sympathetic, but the bonus of that is that once it gets you into sympathetic, then it brings you back down into parasympathetic. So exercise is really good for, taking care of you in that way, unless you never rest. And then that's the point, is anything in excess. Music, music, qigong, tai chi, all of that is relaxing to the mind and the body, and it stimulates your parasympathetic nervous system. Okay, reflex. So reflex is a nervous system response that's already built into your body. Okay, it's already built in. We have natural reflexes that we're born with. One of them is newborns will not breathe in underwater until they're about 6 months old, because they live in amniotic fluid forever, for 9 months, and they never breathe in. They get their oxygen through the cord, and so that's a reflex, and that reflex doesn't usually go away until they're about 6 months old. So a reflex is an involuntary action without having conscious thought to think about what your action should be. So eye to neck and ear to neck reflexes are when a loud noise happens behind you. You don't see it happen, you just hear it. Or something that flies by your head, or something unusual that catches your eye that makes your head turn. And so that's a reflex to save you in case you're in any danger. Now, of course, the next time you hear the noise, you can override the reflex because you now have conscious thought to what is happening, and you know that you're not in danger. Okay? So we have spinal and cranial reflexes, and some we're born with, and some it's considered by medicine that we can create reflexes based on our practice. When I do Tai Chi, even if I haven't done it in a very long time, I learned it so deeply into my body that I can just do Tai Chi. Driving. Have you ever just been driving along and didn't realize how you got from point A to point B? Because you're just so used to that road and that driving pattern, and you just don't concentrate like you did on other stuff, or driving in a strange place. A baseball pitcher practices over and over and over again to do specific pitches, and he trains the muscles and the nerves in his arm to make their skill almost like a reflex. Naomi is calling it autopilot, or like riding a bicycle. So when a doctor uses this mechanism to check your reflexes, remember that the tendon organ, right, the proprioceptor, is found in the tendon organ. When they take the hammer and they hammer on your tendon, it stimulates the tendon organ. And what the tendon organ thinks is happening is something is trying to overstretch your quadricep muscles. Remember how I said the tendon organs monitor tension and stretch in the muscle? So here we go. We have somebody hammering your tendon. It tends to stretch it, and it thinks that you're trying to contract the quadriceps, and instead, overstretch the quadriceps. So the response is that what comes back out from the spine automatically is that they contract the quadriceps and your foot kicks. So a reflex is something that happens without conscious thought, which is why they can be learned. Yeah, someone is mentioning getting into a massage stance and be a reflex too. Phantom pain. So remember the description of an axon Okay, an axon. So if we have, oh, I know, you know what we usually do now? We look at the nerve handout. So the nerve handout is, oh, sorry. The nerve handout is page 73. And while we're here, we'll look at the fight or flight one too. Here's the nerve handout. Okay. So this drawing here is a spinal nerve. This is page 73 of your handout, so I'll give you a second to find it. We were supposed to pull them out this morning. All right, so this picture is, it's not page 73? It should be page 73. Okay, we're going to use 63 in a minute, but right now we're looking at 73. Okay, so an axon, remember, is the long process of a neuron that carries the impulse from the cell body to the target, meaning a muscle, a gland, an organ, brain, or another dendrite. So what a nerve is, so when we look at a spinal nerve or a cranial nerve, a nerve is an enclosed cable-like bundle of just axons. Okay, just a bundle of axons in the nervous system with their associated connective tissue and blood vessels, because if something doesn't have blood, it's not going to live unless it's cartilage. So I have this spinal nerve here in the peripheral nervous system. I have this spinal nerve, and here's the end that's attached to the spinal cord, and here's the end that could be attached to muscles and skin. So on the spinal cord end, I have the dendrites and the cell bodies of the efferent neuron, which is the nerves that are going to your muscle cells. Okay, so we have the dendrites in the bodies, and then all these strings here are the axons that are attaching to your muscles to give them motor control. On this end, we have the skin as well, and we have the dendrites and the cell bodies connected to the skin, which then follow these long axons. And then this guide goes up to the brain and the spinal cord. So in most of the nerves in our body, we have axons going both directions, which is why we would call them a mixed nerve, part sensory, part motor. So the longest axons you have in your body are in the sciatic nerve, which starts at L3, L4, L5, S1, and S2, and can reach all the way down to your big toe. So I want to talk about this before we talk about phantom pain, so that you understand what happens when we're cutting someone's leg off. Okay? So in phantom pain, probably because this person had diabetes and they still keep eating sugar and they don't control their sugar, they've ended up destroying the tissue and the blood vessels in their lower leg. But knowing what we know, we have several nerves that are coming down the leg and branching off into muscles and skin and all the way down to the big toe. We have many nerves coming down. Some are attaching to skin, some are attaching to muscles. Okay, and we notice that the nerves start way up here at the spine. Okay, way up here at the spine. So with phantom pain, if the leg gets cut off and then sewn up and we have a stump here, since our brain doesn't have actual eyes of its own, the brain does not sense that the leg has been cut off, okay? Because the axons were made to go all the way to the end of the nerve. So when the transmitters are secreted, the leg believes, or the brain believes, that the leg is still there. And so people get phantom pain or phantom sensation where they might feel pain in their feet or itching on their skin, or they feel like they can wiggle their toes because energetically, through brain chemicals and electrical impulses, the energy of the limb is still there. Okay, the energy of the limb is still there, and the energy of the limb can actually be photographed. So one therapy that they use with people is they might have them extend their other leg out in front of them, like on a massage table, and sitting up, and they put a mirror opposite the leg to reflect the leg that's not there and make the brain think that the leg is there, and then they do therapy on the leg that's still there, but the patient needs to watch in the mirror so that the brain perceives that the leg that's missing is actually getting therapy, whether it be physical therapy or massage or acupuncture. And it's a way of tricking the brain into healing. So what do sensory nerves feel? Okay, right now we're talking about what your skin feels. So they monitor the outside environment and our position. So we feel warm, we feel cold, we feel pain, and we feel pressure. And I have a 6 to 7 next to the pressure because we feel all different levels of pressure. Okay, we don't just like our sensory nerves for pain, I'm sorry, for pressure. We have one that's attached to the hair follicle that senses when the hair on our body is moving. We have a sensory pressure for when a bug might land on us. We have one for light touch, medium touch, deep touch. So, you know, we have people that love deep tissue, probably because they don't have as many deep pain receptors or deep pressure receptors. And so they really like that feeling, but we're all made so different. In many different ways, which is why we might like different types of body work. And then we feel itch, we feel tickle, and we feel vibration. So what I'm saying with this is, in our sensory category, our brain, we have the chemicals to feel warm, cold, pain, several different layers of pressure, itch, tickle, and vibration. And that is happening from neurotransmitters, okay? Now, if you fall below or above the temperature that your actual warm and cold nerves can feel, then it elicits a pain signal just to let you know that you're in some sort of danger. Okay, too hot, you're getting burned. Too cold, you could be getting frostbite. So that's where the pain comes in. Now your viscera, your internal organs, they also feel these sensations as well. Okay. I'm going to turn the slide unless someone says no. Oh, I forgot that the nerve one was on here. Okay, so let's talk about the experiments that we don't get to do in class because we're not in class, but let's just talk about them anyway. So has anybody played dollar bill catch or feather catch, where you drop it from a high place? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? They used to have a game show where they put somebody in a wind tunnel with dollars. Okay. Okay, so Shantali, the question is, why would it be easier to catch a ball than a dollar bill? So, and you can always try this later if you have somebody at home to try it with, but we learn how to catch a ball, okay? You know, we have a little tiny baby and we're throwing a ball to them, and it takes them a while to learn, but the brain figures out after a while. We get more and more myelinated and more skilled, and our brain finally learns, oh, the ball is coming from this height and this speed, and it's going to land right about my belly button, so that's where I'm going to put my hands to catch the ball. With a dollar bill or a feather is what I use in class. If you drop a dollar bill or a feather from a height, it's going to float down. It'll twist and turn and dart around, and there's no way to predict where it's going to go. So it's really about learning with your proprioceptors and predicting, trying to predict where the dollar bill will be, which can be hard to do. Okay. So the reason it's easier to catch a ball is because once you've caught a ball a few times, your brain remembers how to calculate where to put your hand to try to catch that ball. So the knee jerk, I'll come back to the limb levitation. The knee jerk This is looking at the difference between you just kicking your foot and how fast a reflex takes. So when we were talking about the reflex slide, the one thing I didn't say is that a reflex, since it's built in, happens very quickly. When the doctor taps on your knee, your quadriceps tightens up and your foot kicks immediately because it was already set in motion in your spine. It did not have to go to the brain for interpretation. It did not have to go to the brain to get the brain to say, hey, they're tapping on your patellar ligaments, so why don't you kick your leg? Okay. You didn't have to do that because it was set in automatically without having to go to the brain for interpretation. So if you were to cross your own leg and have somebody tap, you can even do it yourself, hit your patellar tendon, and if you hit it just right, your knee is going to kick. But if somebody said to you, kick your knee, it goes in your ear, the sound, it goes to your brain, and then your brain goes, oh, okay, I need to contract the quadriceps in order to kick the knee, and the response is much slower. So this example is really showing you how a reflex or something that is set into the neurosystem is always going to work faster than something that's not a reflex. Backwards writing, what we're talking about here is how your nerves learn and how well they learn. And what I would do if I was in the classroom is I would go up to the board and I would write my name backwards, which is really hard with a mouse. I can do this much better on a whiteboard with my left hand because I'm left-handed. But if you were to take a pencil and a piece of paper right now and just in any old way you want, write your name backwards. There are people who do this for a living, you know, in the military. And I want you to tell me how that feels. It's harder, right? Looks tough. Had to use my brain more. Exactly. Almost forgot how to spell my name. Very hard. Yeah, because I mean, when you were in first and second grade, you started to learn how to write. Takes more thought, a little uncomfortable. Yeah, because you're actually doing something new that your brain doesn't know how to do. Someone is saying that they have an 8-year-old that writes like this normally. I love that. You know, I love that. I love those individual differences in our humanity. The point is, when you get out of bed every morning, do you have to learn how to walk again? These days, they don't teach writing the way they used to. The kids do everything on a computer now. I know, I think that is so sad. But hey, we're coming into a new age. So your nerves absolutely learn because you wouldn't know how to walk and talk just like you do or write your name if your nerves didn't learn and retain memory. And this is why a traumatic brain injury can be so hard on the body, because the brain forgets what it learned. People have to go through intense physical therapy and relearn things that they knew how to do, before the accident. Now the sentence writing is a little bit fun too, and it depends on how you learned how to structure your sentences, but I'm going to tell you a sentence to write, and you're going to write it forward, but there's two things you can't do when you write the sentence. You can't dot your I's and you can't cross the T's, okay? You can't dot the I's and you can't cross the T's. So here's the sentence. Tom ate fried fish 3 times a week. Tom ate fried fish 3 times a week. How you doing? Huh? Anybody trying it? Tom ate fried fish 3 times a week. All right, this is a really bad drawing of a person. Really bad, but I'm in a hurry. Takes a lot. Tom ate fried fish 3 times a week. Yeah, you wanna, took a lot longer, had to stop and think about it. Yeah, because our brain goes on autopilot, okay? And this is why keeping your brain young is all about doing tasks differently than you do them on a daily basis, like taking a different route home from work, or they say if you hang the pictures upside down in your house, or when you get to your front door, when you get home, close your eyes and navigate your house for the first 5 or 10 minutes with your eyes closed, and get your brain making what's called neuroplasticity, when your nerves reach out and make better connections in your brain. Starting in our 40s and 50s, our brains start to naturally shrink, not to the extent of Alzheimer's, but non-use causes atrophy. So the more you can do, I took piano lessons for 6 years during my 40s. It was extremely beneficial. Learning a foreign language, learning how to sing, learning how to read music, anything that challenges and learn, because when you're learning something, you create new connections between your neurons in your brain. Okay, the last one is limb levitation. I'm sure most of you have done this in a doorway, where you press your arms tightly against the doorway. Oh, I like that, Crystal, about working with the blind kids. When I teach massage classes, I have a whole bag of blindfolds that I bring. I think it's extremely valuable to do massage blindfolded. It's just a whole nother world through your hands that you feel when you're not watching. So limb levitation, is anyone trying it in their doorway, pushing their arms against a door for a count, maybe a 20 count? This is supposed to be someone's shoulder. Supposed to be. Has anyone ever done the limb levitation? What feeling do you get in your arm? Okay, I'm just going to have to talk about it. Yes, thank you, Isaac. The arms start to flow up. You get a floating feeling. They feel very light, not heavy. Arms magically went up themselves like a floating feeling. Okay, so this is going to get us to one of our answers about nerves being stuck on. So here's a terrible drawing of someone's arm, and the two muscles that abduct your arm are supraspinatus and middle deltoid. So the whole time you're pressing into the frame of the doorway, the signal going to your brain, the signal coming from your brain to those two muscles is contract, 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 contract. And that signal, the acetylcholine, is going to the supraspinatus and the middle deltoid. Okay, so the synapse is being flooded with acetylcholine, flooded. And when you flood the synapse with acetylcholine, and then you suddenly walk away, there isn't enough time for your body to disintegrate the acetylcholine, so it actually falls into the muscle cell, and you get this feeling, this light feeling, without even feeling your muscles contracting. Your arms start to lift because enough of the muscle cells are getting all that excess acetylcholine that couldn't get through. So where this takes us is that if you sit in a position or do a certain job or something that causes you to be in a certain posture, or if you're somebody who's so stressed that you wear your shoulders like earrings, you know, you have all this nerve fibers being being lit up in order to contract the muscle, okay? Well, sometimes our nerves get stuck on. And no matter what we do, even if we say the word relax, just saying or thinking relaxation doesn't always shut off a stuck nerve, okay? So what we're doing, so the nerve gets stuck on, and we have muscles that have fibers in them that are constantly being contracted, and that leads to partially contracted muscles that number one can form a trigger point. Okay, that's one of the ways we can form a trigger point. So how do we relieve a muscle how do we shut off a stuck nerve through the nervous system? And so how does massage calm a tight muscle due to a nervous system response? So a tight muscle is an efferent response, meaning that there are some efferent motor neurons that are stuck on, and they're keeping the muscle partially contracted. Massage stimulates the afferent sensory response, including proprioceptors. So now we have this tight muscle, and the message is coming from the brain that we have this tight muscle. And we go in with massage, and now we're sending in a new afferent message, a sensory, and that message is, wow, maybe relax, like, oh, there's something new coming from this muscle here. It's a different response. And your central nervous system interprets that new stimuli. And what we're hoping for is it sends out a new response to cease the contraction. Okay, so in a way, massage might calm a tight muscle by sending in a new afferent message, hoping that that is going to shut down the stuck message in the efferent side. Okay? Is everybody good on this slide? Okay, let me see what other slides I might have skipped. And here's the second question about massage therapy and the autonomic nervous system. And it's a very simple answer, that by stimulating the parasympathetic nervous system. How might massage therapy affect the autonomic? And we know that it's a whole different avenue in. It is about stimulating the parasympathetic, bringing people to a relaxed state so that they can come out of the fight or flight state. So we've already answered the question that nerves learn. We know that nerves learn. So we've answered this, nerves learn. We talked about the experiments. I am going to go to, I want to go here because this handout is important. And if somebody else has to finish the FYIs, we can. So this handout is page 63 through 65, which you should already have out. Okay, so the picture you're looking at here is a little different than the picture you have on your handout. So your handout looks like this: myotomes and dermatomes. So we can even look at this picture real quick. So a dermatome, derma refers to skin. I want you to grab your thumb on your left hand, and then I want you to follow the side of the thumb and the skin up to your elbow. And I want you to feel that skin. you are talking to the C6 spinal nerve. What a tome is a cutting of skin. And so when you look at all these cuttings with numbers on them, when you touch the back of your neck, you are talking to spinal nerve C5. It is interpreting your touch. When you touch the top of your thighs, you are touching, you are talking to the L2, lumbar 2 spinal nerve. You'll notice the thoracic, the ones in the rib cage, they just go straight down from the ribs down, T2, T3, T4. And you'll notice on the back, they follow the same pattern. So ribs going down and then coming around to the front. So myotomes are cuttings of skin. And what can they help you with? They can help you with when a client comes in and says, hey, my fingers have been numb on my hand. And it's especially helpful if they're numb on both hands. Because if you look at the numbers, C6, C7, and C8, that's the base of the neck. Okay, you could relieve their finger numbness by opening up their scalenes, working on the side of their neck, top of their shoulder. Okay, so this can be really helpful. I had a massage therapist come to me and she pointed down here to the side where her peroneals are. And she says, I'm numb on this skin right here. I'm numb. So I want you to work on my low back. I want you to work on my low back where that nerve's coming out of L5. Because look, it's the L5 dermatome. Okay. And so I worked on her low back, which took in the quadratus lumborum, and boom, 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 the numbness went away. Now, less commonly talked about is the myotomes. The myotomes, now, if you remember, the spinal nerves connect to skin and skeletal muscle. Okay, skin and skeletal muscle. So, we've already discussed skin, and that when you touch your skin, you are stimulating a spinal nerve to pick up your touch and take that sensation to the brain where it's actually felt. Okay, myotones are when you look at, like, we'll look at a simple one, C6 myotome. The myotome means what muscles that cervical spinal nerve is attached to. So C7 is for straightening the elbow. So that would be the triceps brachii muscle and anconeus. T1 spreads the fingers, so spread your fingers out. You know, doctors have you do that and then they try to squeeze your fingers back together. They are checking to see that the connection between your spine and what is innervating your spine is good. Okay. So a myotome is what muscles that same nerve is attached to. The dermatome is where it's attached to the skin, and the myotome is where it's attached to the muscles. So C8 bends the fingers. Now it doesn't say, I would assume this is flexion of the fingers. Oh, look, L5 wiggles the toes, but yet it's on the peroneal side of the leg. So the muscles that it gets wiggle the toes. And then, of course, the dermatome is right over the peroneals. So back to our PowerPoint. Oh, you also have this handout here. What's happening in the body when you go into fight or flight. We've talked about some of it, the noticeable effects. Pupils dilate, your mouth goes dry, right? Neck and shoulder muscles tense. We know that because of the cranial nerve. Your heart pumps, your chest pains, palpitations, sweating, muscles tense, getting ready for action. You're breathing fast and shallow. You could hyperventilate. Oxygen is needed for the muscles. On the hidden side effects, your brain gets your body ready for action. Adrenaline is released for fight or flight. Your blood pressure goes up. I can't find my mouse. Okay. Your liver releases glucose for energy for the muscles. Digestion slows, sphincters close, cortisol raises, and it depresses the immune system. Yeah, so you have that handout to look at as well. So we talked about Bell's palsy. We've talked about the neurotransmitters. The only one we didn't talk about was endorphins, and they reduce your pain. The polio, it's a virus that destroys neurons in the spinal cord, causes paralysis and death from respiratory failure. So this is a virus that actually attacks neurons, and those neurons are generally in the spinal cord. There's the trigeminal nerve that brings pain to all these areas of the face, all three zones. I swear if my glasses sit a certain way on my ear, I get pain right there from the trigeminal nerve. I'm sure of it. Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's is a structural disease, meaning it's not just somebody with dementia, and you never want to make that assumption. What are you asking? What usually happens when they do that? You mean when my glasses hurt above my ear? Yeah, I think it's pressing. If you look at I just showed you the picture of the trigeminal nerve. They're pressing on it and causing pain. That's what I think. I have a headband that does the same thing. I have a headband that does the same thing. So just because someone has dementia does not mean that they have Alzheimer's, okay? With dementia, their brain would stay healthy looking like this. With Alzheimer's actually structurally changes the brain and shrinks it and puts in plaque and breaks neurons, and the breakage, they become entangled with each other. So everyone with Alzheimer's has dementia, but not everyone with dementia has Alzheimer's. Okay, Alzheimer's needs to be diagnosed from history, MRI. And the difference between Alzheimer's dementia and just regular dementia is that I use the example of car keys. So a person with dementia would see car keys on the table and know they were car keys, but may not totally remember if they're their car keys or not. Somebody with Alzheimer's would look at the keys and not know what they were. Okay, so that's a really big difference in the functionality of the brain. And we talked about multiple sclerosis. I really, really, really want to show you this video to finish our day. And if you, it's 18 minutes long, and we have 22 minutes left of class. So those of you, when you go to Healing Hands, you learn about energy and how we're all connected. And I think we can use this break at the end of the day and watch this video. I just love this woman. It is a YouTube video, so if for some reason your system is not showing you the YouTube video, I will send you the link later. But I'm going to go ahead and show this video. I hope you can all stay and watch it because class does not end till 4. But I'm going to go ahead and play it. Hey guys, thank you so much. I know, you know what? I haven't watched that video in so long, and we always used to watch it in anatomy. Always, always, always. But so I'm gonna write the name so that you guys can just, if you didn't get to see it, I don't have the link, but I'm gonna write the name, her name and the name of the video, and I'm sending it right now. And it comes up on YouTube very easy. Is Jill Bolte Taylor a stroke of insight? And it's coming to everybody now. You guys are welcome. I did tear up a few times. I don't have the link, Raquel, but I wrote the name. Did you get it? I sent it to everybody, right? Did you get it, Raquel? Okay, good. Excellent. You guys have a great evening. I will see you next Sunday for your midterm. A couple of you I'll see tomorrow in lymph. And yes, I hope you enjoyed it today. Lots of information, but here we go. All right, see you next week. Bye-bye. Go ahead and log out, please. Go ahead and log out, please, if you're still on. Dan, are you there?
I am. I just stopped the recording, by the way.
Oh yeah, I tried, so maybe I tried after you had already done it.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Anyway.
All right. How was your day?
It was okay until about 15 minutes ago when Princeton fell off the bed. So.
Oh.
Oh yeah, first time ever, and it's like, okay, this is not good. So we're dealing with it. He's okay now. So
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh, poor guy.
yeah, it happens.
It does. Well,
Yeah.
it absolutely does because yeah, it does.
So
When Brian was still in swaddling blankets, I was so tired. I laid him in the corner of the couch, in the where our butts would sit. I
sure.
put him swaddled, and then I laid on the couch next to him. So he was him, and then both of my thighs. And I went to sleep, and he was asleep. And when I woke up, he was on the floor.
Oh my goodness. So
And
he
no
fell at
idea.
some point. Yeah.
Yeah, but he couldn't. He was less than 3 months old. He was still being swaddled.
Oh my
And he was
goodness.
still in the swaddle, so I have no idea how he got there. Oh my gosh, poor old Princeton. He probably more scared than anything, huh?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, he cried for a couple of minutes, but he's completely fine now.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah, it went
good.
really well, I
Well,
think.
it did, and I was so tired of talking.
That video, we do need to make that into an MP4, I think.
We do, because
Yeah.
I've forgotten how spiritual it is, yet teaching amazing facts about the brain.
I know. I know.
Yeah, so I thought of it yesterday, but the last thing I was gonna do was call you and say, go to your office and make us an MP4. I figured just do it another time when you have time.
Yeah, and yeah, it worked out, I think. I don't know, did anybody say that they couldn't watch it or anything?
Two people did, but I didn't have the link. I just typed out what they should search on YouTube.
Yeah.
It only comes up once, so
It's
I
so
wrote it
funny
up.
because usually I get just a couple of people that can't watch whatever video we're watching, and
Yeah,
it's like, I don't know what connection you have or whatever, but
yeah,
anyway, so.
yeah. So
So
yeah,
anyway, yeah,
so
really good job today. I can imagine you were tired of talking. I mean, you talked. I was listening the whole time when I went to Costco and everything else.
oh, you're
So
kidding.
yeah, it's so funny because well, I don't know what time you got back, but I got back and you went to lunch while I was at Costco, and so I just disconnected and I said, oh, just when I got back, I linked back up and you were talking still again. So
Oh,
anyway,
yeah,
yeah.
12:15 to 1:15 was lunch today.
Yeah, maybe 5 minutes after that I was on. So
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
I got a text. I got a text from Mindy that said, asked me if I liked figs. And I'm like, well, I've never eaten a raw fig. And she's
oh,
like,
you
well, I
haven't?
have a ton. No, I like fig Newtons, but I've never eaten a raw fig.
It's the same
So
thing except mushier, I guess.
yeah, I don't like mushy. But anyway, she's she says, I have a lot. I can swing by your house around 4 and bring you some and we can talk in person.
Perfect.
So she's coming to my house. So we're wanting to know when she's taking over Wednesday nights,
Yeah,
right?
right. And actually, if she's not okay with teaching the main lesson and the review, that would mean I would do the review for digestion. I'm assuming.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Digestion. But you've made it so easy to do the review because you have the whole
Yeah, I
thing.
have everything, laid out already, pretty much.
Yeah. Well, if it turns out that she doesn't want to do it, I can also do it.
Oh,
You,
no big deal. No big deal. And this is, fine either way. I don't have, I mean, I'm fine with it. I just, every week, it would be really nice to,
yeah.
yeah, have a Wednesday off, or whatever. So,
Okay, and then if I'm gonna ask her about September 11th, or do you just want to do it? If I
no,
take it
ask
off?
her if, ask
Okay,
her if she wants it.
all right,
I would rather her do it if she wants to. Other than
okay,
that, I'll do it.
okay, all right. Well, then I'll just let you know tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
What else for tomorrow? Anything?
Body brushes. I reminded them to bring body brushes. Tomorrow, we're gonna do the face in the morning and review the abdomen and the face together in the afternoon. And if we get time, I will start the lecture about anastomoses so that
Yeah,
when we come next Monday, we can do a mock treatment and then have lots of time to do taping.
sounds good. Yeah, I know that Eric wasn't going to be there next time, and he was hoping to get the review for the face. And I'm going, that's not the way the class is set up,
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. And, I mean, I know people have stuff in their lives that happen, but yeah, I
Yeah.
can't. Oh, she's here. I gotta go downstairs.
Okay. All right.
All right, hon, I'll
If
see
you
you
need
tomorrow.
me, call me, and we'll talk on the phone.
Okay, that's good.
All right.
Okay, oh, here, I can end the webinar. All right, bye.
Bye bye.